Yep. Yeah, much. All right, thanks. Bye. I say Tusky, but
Don't even bother. Yes. I'm a teacher.
it took me for years to say Tuscarawas. Are there rules for microphones?
You have to stay behind this banister. You can set them on the banister, but the judge does not want them set up around the room.
Okay, so nothing that the judges.
Correct. Correct. And the only other rule for everyone, there's going to be family back here likely. Please don't film them. You can film, obviously, the defendant, attorneys, judge, witnesses, but just not the family because they are
No gallery
Amish,
shots.
and they would prefer not to be filmed.
Which way does she come in? This way?
She'll come in through this door, correct. Looking for the attorney? Just walk out that door.
We're going in circles.
So our judge's courtroom, so it's this one and then that one over there is Judge Tomas's. We have a magistrate's courtroom that's much smaller, but she handles our domestic docket.
So now this sort of is
Yep. Yep.
I have a question. As long as I don't make a disturbance in this courtroom, I'm allowed to observe, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that question because,
I mean, technically it's open to all of the public, so I mean, if everyone from Tuscarawas County wanted to come in here, they technically could, but.
okay, well, I just wanted to ask a question because someone just said it's comfortable. That's all I wanted to say.
Right, as long as you're not talking or speaking or interrupting, you're fine.
Okay.
Question, do you mind if I kind of dim those shades over on that one? Because that roof over there is very
This one?
bright. Yeah,
Let me,
not, it doesn't have to go all the way, just a little bit to cut down the light.
no guarantees, these are very old.
I don't know if you can.
And a giant cobweb.
Yeah.
Well, just.
I could come by and do it.
I gotta go into
I think you had it the right way, going the first way. Oh,
Yeah, this
there-
is all the
oh,
further it'll go this way though.
Okay. That's better than what it was, thanks.
Yes, these windows are very old, they're most original buildings.
Oh, wow.
Well, it's cool to have old buildings like this in town.
Mm-hmm.
I like them. They're built well.
Yeah.
I'm in Stark County,
You Minerva?
outside of here.
Okay, you gotta be.
Yes, it's back here, I've already told them.
You'll get there like an hour before I get there.
Let me check with the court administrator and see if, because I think it said all hearings, but I think we're. Yeah, I'll just, if she wants you to fill out a form, I'll bring it.
Okay, just let me know, I just wanna follow the rules.
Okay.
I didn't have to fill out the form, I just send an email.
Okay, cause I sent an email, I don't think I ever got a reply.
I didn't either. I didn't get a response either. But again, I talked to him on the phone real quick, and then after I got off, I just emailed him.
Yeah, but yeah, it's not clear if they ever get replaced. I mean, we had, we really had Kelly, Weir go to Akron Beacon Herald, the education report.
Oh, is that where she's
So we
at?
lost her.
Oh my gosh.
And, so Grace is now doing the county and, the city of Canton. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of stretched. So, there's a great niche for you, you know, Carroll County, you know, the southeastern Stark, Tuscarawas. I mean, that's, you know, I mean, I think you're the main guy for the
I
area now.
appreciate it, Robert. Keeps me calm.
You're fine.
I'm good.
Yeah, if she wants you to do a form, she'll bring it, but.
Okay. I just plan audio record and a picture, actually. I don't really, I'm not gonna be as expensive as these guys.
Okay. All right.
We didn't even sign a photographer for this, so. You guys will have the exclusive streaming video.
Do you request one of these?
Just fill that out?
Yep, you can go and fill that out.
Okay.
Yes, I was actually gonna address that. So you guys that are all here, most of you have filled out our media request forms. For each subsequent hearing, you'll need to fill out one of these, just so we have an idea of who all's coming, if we do need to consider camera pulling, stuff like that. Okay?
Just to double check, did my desk take care of me? Because I haven't. filled
Who are you
out
with?
WKYC at Cleveland.
No.
Did Court TV do it?
Yes. We'll make an exception this time. Obviously, we're letting you guys in to film. But just know for next time that we will need to have these filled out so we have a good idea of who all is coming. Okay? All right, awesome. Thank you, guys.
Remember, I wrote the case number off the top of it. I did, I'm looking at. CR, right?
2025 CR 010. 090285. This back row's still open. You want to sit back there? Okay, that's it. Feel the air. I know, it feels cooler already. It's a little better. Yeah. We won't all have.
Does this work? Do you need me to clean the bottom?
Nope, that's for the registry.
Great, thank you very much.
Here. Yep. And it works.
No, if you've got an empty one, can I take a picture of it? That way we can have
Yeah,
it
it's also on our
pre-filled?
website.
Oh, it
So if
is?
you go on our website, it's a fillable PDF. Yep.
Okay, let me just, well, since you're here. Yep, thanks.
Yep.
Guys, I'm probably gonna put my recorder right there. You know, I didn't know everybody was in here, seeing that I could do
As long
things.
as I don't touch the tripod or touch you, are you okay if I
Yeah, it's
take
fine.
it like that? It's not gonna be the best pictures, I'm not a professional, so.
Seeing that there, I didn't know everybody was already a chance.
Right, I know. Stuff
You
needs
have
to
the same
respond.
problem, right?
Yep, we see my hair. I'm gonna win a hair contest.
He's already on the phone. Yes, I know.
That's all right, this will be okay, I can go ahead and take these guys right here.
They weren't willing to pay the money to send someone here, so it's not, they're not gonna get the best pictures. It's just the way it is.
Oh, really? We have like a mixer, but we don't, I don't do anything like that. We're not, it's just Tuscarawas County. We're not really set up for big things like this. You can always request the audio recordings from the courtroom. It's a written request, it's on our website. The girls in my office do it. It could be a day or two, but you'll get it on a CD. But it's,
Put it in your CD player and.
Dig mine out, threw it under some clutter.
Get your cassette.
Well, you can just put it in production, put it in your, you know, there's ways to record it and put it in production, and then put it in your computer and download
I
it.
once used a cassette tape. I started my career, those micro cassette
Oh,
tapes.
I started on those and then
Yeah.
cards, I'm dating myself, because I started with
Well,
cards.
I have a
And you
digital,
had to rewrite for cards, and I started on reel to reel.
I have a proprietary digital Sony
onto my desktop and then onto my
format's
thumb
now
drive because
obsolete.
I'm on
I'm
it.
dating myself.
Yeah, and if I move around,
I'm almost
my
60,
dogs aren't tripping
so-
over that.
I started
it's
archaic
turnaround
stuff.
time just depends on like if we
I
want to
think I
get
still have the
10
cassette
or 12 requests in one day.
I
It's
still
gonna take a
have
little bit
but it
extra
can't
time,
be
you know what I
read
mean?
because I
Correct.
Turnaround
don't
time's
have
not
the
long.
device.
It's just a matter of getting the form in, getting it
Might as
to
well
my
throw it
staff,
out.
and then making the CD. I think it's, I don't know how much it is per CD.
It's like 50 cents.
I think it's like $1, yeah.
Oh,
50
did they
cents or
go up?
$1. I don't know.
I just caught off guard.
Some-
Are you based in Holmes?
No, we talked before,
Yeah, I
well,
think you told me, I forgot.
yeah, they can shop together.
Oh, that's
But
right,
My
you told
sister,
me.
my sister's station is in
USB
Holmes.
cards,
Oh,
if
I
it
think
costs more
KLM.
money.
Oh, okay, so you're to the south.
WTNS
Hand
and
them out, but
WKLM
like
are,
for
we're owned by the same
us to
station.
transfer, I think they said no
That's
before
southwest.
because they don't
It's
wanna
just
like
other
risk
side of
getting
the
like
interstate.
viruses.
I mean, it's a hop, skip, I think it's 25 minutes to get here.
Oh, okay.
That's
This
true.
is Coshocton.
Yeah, like to.
That's
Is
true.
that a Gannett? Is that
It would
a
be
Gannett?
nice.
No,
I think
we're not
stories were like
Gannett.
Not you, but the paper.
have
The
something in
paper.
it and then you
Yeah.
plug it in.
Oh, okay.
Coshocton
Yeah,
Tribune.
our IT department's very, very aware of that.
Yeah.
I guess they'll might use my, whatever I wrote today.
S-T-Y-E-R.
Yes, S-T-Y-E-R.
Correct. Take your pick.
You're ready.
Standing for me, you can say. Because it's your job, you don't have to.
I was just gonna say, all rise.
God bless you.
You may be seated. Thank you. We are now recording in the case entitled The State of Ohio versus Ruth A. Miller. The case number is 2025 CR 090285. The basis by which we are here today is taking a step back. We previously had an arraignment in this matter, and at the time of the arraignment, which was back on September the 8th of 2025, at that time, at the time in which we were going to discuss bail, the state of Ohio had made a request that Ms. Miller be held without bail, as is provided for in Ohio under revised code section 2937.222, each time the court planned to have Ms. Miller held and schedule a hearing within 3 days. After there was some consultation with counsel, actually September 29th is the date that was arrived at. Bring this here today. Ruth Miller is in the courtroom. She is seated at counsel table. She is there with her attorneys in this matter, Ian Friedman and Madeline Grant. The state of Ohio is represented by our county prosecutor, Ryan Steyer. At this hearing today, Ms. Miller, what's going to happen is, after that request is made by the state, the burden is going to be on the state to try and convince me by what is considered what's called clear and convincing evidence of the following. There essentially are 3 areas that they will be touching upon. One of them is this hearing, and your attorneys are aware of this, they know that they have the opportunity to present evidence as well. They'll just go second, that's all. So shortly I'll have the state begin. My statement, I guess my comments are to the room in general. It's obviously a case that has gathered some attention. It's a case in which, based upon my prior experience, tensions can run high when there are allegations involving a death, particularly when it's a death of a child. For everyone, if there are any outbursts, if there's any disruptions, you'll be asked to leave. This is my warning to you. My advice to you is to let the attorneys do their jobs. If there are any outbursts, the security knows they'll be asked to leave. There will be no recording, video or audio of these proceedings unless you're with the media. They followed the format of getting permission from me beforehand to do this. If you are not with the media, you cannot record these proceedings. With that, Brian, I'll begin with, do you have any form of an opening statement that you wish to make? Again, you don't have to, I'm just simply offering.
Only, Your Honor, that I think after we present our evidence today, you'll see that this is not a whodunit or what did she do. That the proof will certainly be evident, the presumption great, that Ruth Miller admitted to and committed the crime of aggravated murder with regard to her 4-year-old son. That she was a risk that day to herself and others, including her surviving children. And so, again, this will not be a whodunit or what did she do. This will be a case about whether there are any release conditions that can reasonably assure this court of the safety of the community, and particularly not only her children, but herself. And I would suggest that at the culmination of the evidence, there will be no evidence that can provide any reasonable assurance. This isn't a case where an ankle monitor is going to give that court assurance, or that there's any other secured facility other than where she's being held now at this point that can give the court that kind of assurance. And so that's why, Your Honor, we've moved the court as such. We are asking that Ms. Miller be held without bail, and that we would renew our request that no contact orders be imposed with regard to her surviving children. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, thank you for hearing our statement, and I appreciate the state's position. I respectfully disagree when we look to the wording of the statute. And I'd like to really break this down as to how we are viewing the statute, revised code section 2937.222. Your Honor just stated the factors that you must consider when making a determination today. And I point to subsection 1, the proof is evident or the presumption great that the accused committed the offense with which the accused is charged. And I think it's easy to just gloss over that, and as our colleague stated a moment ago, just accept that this is not a whodunit case. But to a degree, that I think is just the start of the query. Second part of the query has to be really focused in on the word committed in this case, because I would submit, Your Honor, that if you just look at the common law definition of committed, that by Merriam-Webster, I went right to the basics as to what commit is. It's to carry into action deliberately. There has to be that sort of mental state that goes with the commission of any sort of act. And as we all know, going all the way back to our years of initial formal training as lawyers, we were taught to look at the mens rea and the actus reus. And in this case, I would agree with the prosecutor that the actus reus, the act, in fact, was carried out. we're not here today to dispute who that was, so that's something that I think can be taken by note. The mens rea, however, and that the intention or knowledge of wrongdoing that constitutes part of the crime, I think is still in question. And without the mens rea, technically, if we look at the statute, subsection 1, one has to question whether or not the definition of committed can be met. The court accepted the plea of not guilty by reason of insanity pursuant to revised code section 2901.01A14 at the last appearance, calling into question whether or not Ms. Miller could appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct, and puts into question what her mental state was, whether or not she could form the appropriate mens rea in order to complete the commission of the offense. And so today is going to be spent, Your Honor, talking about what that mental state was at the time. It is our assertion, Your Honor, that that while the act is there, the mental state is not, and therefore the commission cannot be fully determined for purposes of subsection 1. As to the risk of serious physical harm to any person or the community, it needing to be a substantial risk of harm, and not just simply based upon what the conduct was, but whether or not there is any pursuant to 3, any release conditions that could reasonably assure the safety of that person and community. And I believe that the testimony today will have to be that after the incident on August 23rd, when Ms. Miller was taken into custody and then was confined to a mental health facility, which was a lockdown facility. It was monitored by professionals there with security staff, that there were no concerns for her safety or anyone else's safety. And so I would submit that at the end of the testimony here today, that there would be a combination of release conditions that could ensure Ms. Miller's safety, the safety of others, until this matter has been completed before Your Honor with final trial in this matter. So with that, I thank the court for the ability to provide opening statement. We are prepared to proceed. We have 4 witnesses, although I know 2 of them will be called by the state. I would just ask that the 2 witnesses not being called by the state, both Sheriff Orvis Campbell and Ranger Lucas Pace, be allowed to be examined subject as if on cross-examination for purposes of the dynamic between the witness and counsel, and also for purposes of expedition.
Okay. Any concerns with those requests, Ryan?
Your Honor, I guess the way that this hearing was conducted is really at your discretion. The rules of evidence don't have direct application today. I think it's only fair that if you're going to call a witness, you call them as on direct, unless there's some element of surprise, which I don't think there is in this case.
All right. Ryan, because the rules of evidence don't apply here, I am going to allow them to be treated as if on cross-examination, if nothing else, just to expedite the proceedings. Before we move on, I did have one last question, and that is, I take your silence from both sides that there are no objections, but on the letter I had written any objection to proceeding today on that outstanding issue.
Not from the state.
Ian, I had written a letter regarding the question of competency is outstanding in this matter. Any concern with proceeding with this bail hearing today in light of the fact that the evaluation has not been completed yet?
No, I think because this is based solely on the facts of the case that don't really implicate competency issues, so we're fine with
Okay,
it.
just wanted to be sure. All right, then with that, the state of Ohio, we call its first witness.
Okay, I'll call Ranger Rick Anderson.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Make your way up through here. It's a bit of a maze in here today. We're good.
Can you start by telling us your name?
My name is Richard Anderson.
Okay, what is your occupation?
I'm a ranger with the Muskingum Watershed Conservancy District.
Okay. And for how long have you been employed in that capacity?
23 years.
Okay. And for how long have you been a certified peace officer in Ohio?
23 years.
Okay. Were you working on August 23rd of this year?
I was.
Okay. And did you have occasion to respond to a call regarding a golf cart that had run into the lake?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall where you were when you received that call?
I was in a nearby cottage area.
Okay. Do you recall about what time that was?
From, I want to say about 10:30. 10:35 a.m.
So if I were to tell you that the 911 call came in at 10:37 a.m., is that about what time that would have been?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what information did you have at that point in time before you were dispatched, or as you were dispatched?
I believe I was advised that by Central Dispatch out of Tuscarawas County that a report of a golf cart accident with a possible injury at the Atwood West Millie.
Okay. Did you directly respond to that area?
I did.
Okay. And what did you find when you got there?
I entered the parking area of the marina. At that point, I was unable to locate the accident. In a short time, I was directed towards the lake from the parking area. As I approached the lake, I observed another officer talking to Mrs. Miller and her 3 children who were sitting on a bench near the lake.
Okay. And who was that other officer?
Officer Ruth Miller.
Okay. You said you were approached by him?
No, I approached them.
You approached
I
them?
approached them.
Okay. And what did you observe when you got there?
He was talking to them. Mrs. Miller and her 3 children were sitting on a bench near the lake, and they were wet. Their clothes were wet.
Okay. And did you hear them saying anything?
There was a conversation about occupants on the golf cart. Initially, she began to talk about having a husband and a son and a child in the water, and we had to clarify at that point, were they on the golf cart? And eventually she clarified that they were not on the golf cart, but they were in the lake. So at that point, I contacted the Tuscarawas County Sheriff's Department via telephone, and I advised them what I had and that I needed assistance. Because at that point, we believed that they were in the lake someplace. We just didn't know where.
Okay. And the lady who was sitting on that bench with her, did you say 3 children?
Yes,
Courtroom today?
she is.
Okay. Is she, lady sitting here beside Mr. Friedman to the left?
She is.
Okay. What happened next?
As I said, I was talking to the Tuscarawas County Sheriff's Department on the telephone, and I walked a little bit away from where Officer Pace was speaking with Mrs. Miller, and there was other people there. I needed a little space so I could hear, and I could talk to them. When the conversation ended with the Sheriff's Department, at that point, Mrs. Miller and her children had gotten up to the bench and that they were sitting on, and they began to walk from near the shoreline where they were on the bench towards the buildings at the West Marina up over a grass area. I was told by Officer Pace that they were going to take us to where the husband and child were. They weren't for a short period of time. He told me that he would go get his cruiser because he was going to pick them up in a car and take them to that area, wherever that area was, but we didn't know at that point. So I followed them. Eventually we got beyond the buildings up in the parking lot. On the other side of the parking lot, there's a trail system that goes through the park.
So you followed them, you're on foot
I'm on
at the
foot.
time?
I'm on foot, and I'm following them, and they're walking along together. And at that point, somewhere in there, they,
Now, are they just casually walking
doing, but they're together.
And your information from Ranger Pace was that they were gonna show, where you might be looking for these
Yes,
spots?
yes, yes.
Uh-huh.
So once
Where
we
was
get,
Ranger Pace?
he was retrieving his vehicle. The idea was that he would get his cruiser, and we'd put him in the cruiser, and that they would go to that location. So I'm following on foot. Like I said, they're a little bit ahead of me. They get to a certain point around the parking lot, and they disperse, and they take off running, including Mrs. Miller, onto a trail. This was a very short period of time, and Mrs. Miller went down to her hands and knees. And at that point, I believed I would be able to get to her and get a hold of her so that we didn't do this. She sprang up to her up from her hands and knees.
No, I'm
onto her
sorry,
feet.
is this already after she took off running?
Yes, she took off running, and then it didn't last long. And she went down to her hands and knees, and she sprang back up to her feet and took off running hard. At that point, she came to a couple on bikes. It was an Amish couple on bikes. She said something to the woman. The woman gave her the bike. She took off on the bike. At that point, I contacted Officer Pace, and I advised him what had happened, and he could pick me up. He picked me up.
When she took off on the bike, did she take off in a direction opposite you?
The direction which we were both going when this happened, she continued in that direction. Once Officer Pace picked me up, I got into the vehicle. We drove into the park, because we went outside the park. We drove into the park. We didn't see her. We located the children in a camp area called B, which is inside. We got the children into the car. They told us that they would take us, lead us to where the boat was docked. So we went there. When we arrived there, we found the bike that Mrs. Miller had been riding, and we looked the boat over, we looked the dock area over. We couldn't find Mrs. Miller, so we got back into the vehicle, and we drove back through the park. We got to an area where the trail system picked back up. I told Officer Pace I would get out and walk that area. I found Mrs. Miller face down in very high grass. The grass is approximately chest high along a trail. At that point, I advised her to get up. She was reluctant to get up. I looked towards the trail and I saw the tops of two male heads that were on the trail, and I asked them to come over to help me. Well, they came over. When she saw them, she got up. From that point, we walked back to the activity center, which is the park office.
I want to come back to a lot of that, but I want to play now for you. You indicated that you had called the sheriff's office. Do you remember a Deputy Caden Edwards being the initial responder from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Okay. And we can have Detective Fisher
into the lake down at the marina.
Okay.
Sidewalk down by where the
Is this another one of them right here?
Now that is Deputy Edwards' body cam footage. Is that you walking on the dock?
It is.
Okay. So at what point is that in terms of what you already explained to us?
That would be as you saw there earlier, if you could pull that back, you'll see a bike sitting there. Okay, that's the bike that she retrieved from a couple on the trail. When we arrived there, being that we saw the bike, we had hoped to find her there. We did not.
Okay. Now, do you know, is this the dock that is later known to be the dock where the Millers kept their pontoon?
It is.
Okay. Okay. And, so you responded there with Ranger Pace
I did.
in his vehicle?
I did.
Okay. And that's when Deputy Edwards approached you?
Yes.
All right, so can you catch me up on what's going on? We're at my dispatch. We're so confused.
mom evidently drove the golf cart into the lake down at the marina.
Okay.
Sidewalk down by where the
Yeah.
rental dock is. Just said God made her, as I made her do things. And
Yeah, so when I first got here, a bystander was saying that he saw him praying with the kid, saying that it was time for her husband to go and stuff like that. It seems like she's got some.
she said her husband, her youngest son, drowned this morning. So we need to locate her husband and son.
Yeah.
Now, the bike that she was on is this bike. And I don't know if it's here or not. But the golf course, the marina, the husband, we don't know where he's at in the 4-year or whatever. Was alleged to have drowned this morning.
And the dad.
Oh, your word, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So who is that that's with you at this point?
One of the children.
10 minutes in.
That's one of the children.
Okay. One of the two 18-year-old boys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know where the other two were at the time?
In the patrol vehicle.
Okay. And tell us how you found them.
They were going through the campground. They were running through the campground in the area D camp area of Atwood Lake.
Okay. Was that shortly before you arrived at the dock here?
It was.
Okay. And you arrive at the dock, you find the bike that she had commandeered, as you explained, and the second 18-year-old boy.
Yes.
I'm taking care of you right now. You understand that? How old are you? Are you 18? Well, I really don't take custody. I'm just going to take care of you right now. But I take custody of your sister right now, okay? You understand that? No, brother. Are you sure? That's outside. That's not in here. Would your dad and little brother be out in area 3? Where's your dad and little brother? In the water? Why do you think they're in the water?
That's where they are.
Well, we didn't find your mom. Where do you think she might be?
Probably over by the trail somewhere, I'm not sure.
Over by area 3? You know where she's at?
I do not. I'm not for you guys.
On the outside areas? Yeah, we'll go back out there and check.
Okay. 7940 Central.
Now, I know that's from Officer Edwards' body cam footage, but does that seem accurate accurate as you remember it that day?
It does.
Okay. Can you estimate for how long it had been between when Ruth took off running and you lost her until this moment?
Only an estimate, I would say 30 minutes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to pull up a second clip from Officer Edwards' body cam footage. Start this one about a minute in. Now that last clip began at about 11:18 a.m. on the clock of the body cam. The 911 call came in about 10:37 a.m. And at this point on the body cam, the clock is at 11:38 a.m. Do you remember, and is that you depicted there with Ruth Miller and then two other gentlemen?
It is.
Okay. And so do you recognize that scene then?
I do.
Okay. Now, how much time had passed before you found Ruth lying face down in high grass until this event right here?
Once I located her, she got up when the two men beside her came into the grass. She saw them and she got up.
Did she initially respond to your request to get up?
She did not.
Okay.
She did not. When I first located her, she was laying on her stomach with her arms underneath her in the high grass. I told her, I said, get up, Ruth, we need to go. And she did not want to. And when I saw the tops of two male heads on the trail, I asked for help from them. And they came over and she saw them. She stood up and we walked directly to where you see us.
And can that high grass be visualized in this still shot here at 1 minute, 13 seconds into this clip?
It can.
Where is that?
It's just above your cursor there, right in there.
All right. Off to the
Yes, there's a,
center right of the photograph.
yeah, there's a trail system that goes through from the outside areas through there into the park.
Okay. Now, so with the assistance of these two individuals, do you know if these two individuals knew Ruth?
I have no idea.
Okay. And with their assistance, she did get up.
She responded, yes, she got it.
Okay. Was she saying anything to you or otherwise?
She talked about, she advised me that she didn't believe that I was one with God during the walk from the trail back over to where we're at right now. She had issues, she talked about fidelity issues, I'm afraid of them. She advised me that, reports of fidelity, and basically she said that I wasn't one with God.
Okay. Did she make any remarks between when you found her and this moment in terms of her lost husband or son?
She did not.
Okay. You were present initially when you responded, and she was making some remarks along those lines about her. Did you hear those about her?
We asked her, if you can see the earlier video, about the location of her son and her husband, and what she said in the video.
Okay. We'll just go ahead and play from here then.
I gave him to God.
You gave it to God.
Yes. I threw him in the lake and I gave him to God. And people are going to tell me I'm crazy, but he is real. And he loves you. He really does love you. He loves you. And I doubted him. I doubted him so many times. But I am to tell you, he is coming soon. He is coming very soon. Prepare your hearts. The end is close. And I'm for sure supposed to tell you that he does love you. Okay?
Ma'am, can you explain to me what happened? Who did you throw in the water?
I gave my son to God.
Your son?
Yes.
Where's your husband?
He went for a walk this morning.
And you haven't seen him
He
since?
didn't ever come back. And we went to the boat and his clothes were there. And God told me he's in the lake and a fish swallowed him. And you're actually supposed to go look for him in the bottom of the lake. And you will find the fish. And you will find my husband. And then you will believe. But ye of your little faith that did not believe before seeing.
Okay.
So send people down to the bottom of the lake looking for a fish. That hasn't happened.
How old's your son that's in the lake?
Before. He's sweet. I gave him.
Okay. 7940 Central. We're out with the mother. She is advising that she threw her 4-year-old son in the lake to give him to God. Affirm.
They are there.
And this is Ranger Pace coming into the picture?
It is.
I need to know where your husband is.
He's at the bottom of the lake in a fish.
He's in a fish. There's no fish large enough on an Atwood to swallow your husband.
He's at the bottom of the lake in a fish.
I thought your husband went for a walk.
Yeah, and then we came to the boat, and his clothes were laying in the boat.
Okay.
Tan
Yeah.
pants and cream shirt and flip-flops.
Do you have a cell phone?
It's in the camper.
It's in the camper. Where do you camp at?
I think it's,
Area 3?
I think so. Yeah. It's like that tanish camper.
It's a tannish camper. You don't know what lot number it is? We really need to verify your husband's still with us,
Oh, okay.
okay?
Well, he's actually just go out in the bottom of the lake.
Well, I can't go to the bottom of the lake, so if
Do you
we
have
need,
scuba divers?
yeah, we're gonna have to call divers in to go to the
Okay,
bottom of the lake.
please do.
And you're
Get
saying,
the best ones there are, because this is a miracle from God. You will see. You will see.
your 4-year-old son's down there too?
He's with God.
Where's his body at?
Where did you throw him in the water at? Off of the dock back there, all the way.
Where the bike was today?
Yeah, where the boat. I know.
When they're supposed to be once I think it was once.
Does anybody have a glass of water?
We can get you water.
Please.
So, we're, right now, we're gonna walk up to the squad, okay? That's what we're going to do. We're gonna put you in the back of the squad.
You will find my husband.
Okay, but you wanna sit down in the back of the squad for us, okay?
Can I actually just sit with my children? Yeah. And have water?
Yeah, we can bring your children over.
Bring the children. I would love a glass of water.
Let's go in this one over here.
Now, were you there, she's eventually taken to, the squad or the ambulance that was on scene? Okay. And that ambulance was initially called out, right after the golf cart went in the water, right?
Yes.
And, tell us a little bit about how, investigation was shortly after this handed over to the sheriff's office, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And other than your initial response, and then, I guess, Ruth and the kids running from you and you finding them, and getting her into the squad, did you have any other involvement in this matter?
no,
Okay. Now, you weren't wearing body cam at the time, were you?
no, I wasn't.
Okay. Did you have body cam at the time?
I did not. I had one, it was taken out of service and I hadn't received the new one.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ranger Anderson, good afternoon. My name's Ian Friedman, and I represent Mrs. Miller. I've got just a few questions. I don't anticipate it'll take that long. You've described the scope of your investigation. It was limited once Ms. Miller was in the back of the squad car.
She's put into an ambulance.
Into an ambulance, I think, with honors, okay. And so after this matter was turned over to the Tuscarawas County Sheriffs and other law enforcement, you didn't have any other investigatory roles in this? Thank you. I want to focus with you during this questioning on Mrs. Miller's mental state during your interactions with her, okay? And my question is, what sort of training and experience do you have with individuals suffering from mental health diseases, mental health ailments?
Only what would be consistent with a police officer in the state of Ohio. I have no special training.
Okay. Have you been involved in a situation before where it rose to the level of what you observed in this case, specifically the mental state that Mrs. Miller was clearly suffering at the time of your interactions with her?
I've never had another incident like this. As far as her mental capacity, I don't have the training to be able to tell you what the capacity of what position other people were in over the years that we interacted with. So I really can't answer that.
Thank you. One of the things that you learned during the course of your interaction that day, your presence that day, was that Mrs. Miller operated a golf cart, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that golf cart was utilized to, Mrs. Miller was driving it, went to pick up her daughter, went to pick up the sons. Do you recall that?
Well, that's roughly as I understood it, yes, as I understood it.
Okay. And did you come to understand that Mrs. Miller had actually crashed that golf cart?
As I understand it, yes.
Okay, and what did you understand about her operation, crashing of that golf cart?
I was advised that she was the driver of the golf cart. The golf cart had gone into the lake near the docks at the Westwood Lake.
Okay. And did it crash into a wall?
No, sir. It went over the rocks and into the water.
Into the water. Now, how long after you first encountered Mrs. Miller did she tell you what she believed happened, specifically that her son was in the lake?
Well, initially, we got the call that it was a golf cart accident, and when I arrived there, and I made it to the lake, she was there with her children, and at first, my thought was that perhaps they were on the golf cart with her and her children. But within a few minutes, she stated, no, that they weren't on the golf cart. That everybody who was on the golf cart that went into the water with her at that point was accounted for.
her son and husband were in the lake.
Yes.
And she did not deviate from that during your encounters with her that afternoon of the 23rd, correct?
No.
And she was adamant with you, and I think Ranger Lucas, is it Lucas?
Luke Pace.
Sorry?
Luke Pace.
Luke Pace, I'm sorry. With Ranger Pace, she was adamant that a large fish had eaten her husband, correct?
Yes.
And did she ever deviate from that?
No.
Now, which ranger was it that called out for assistance by the Tuscarawas Sheriff's Department?
That would be me.
That would be you. All right, and what was your basis for calling out to them?
The belief that there were people in the lake.
Now, did you notify anyone that there were issues of any mental health that may be present?
No, I advised regular dispatch what she was telling us to try to give them a better understanding of the situation. I did not say that I thought there was some type of issue like that. I just advised them what I was hearing, what I was seeing, and what, why I needed help.
Because your goal primarily, obviously at the time, was safety of the child and of the husband. Your mission was to find them.
Yes.
But as you sit here today and you think back upon the situation, as I'm sure you've done many times, in anticipation of your testimony, did you believe that at the time Mrs. Miller was suffering from some sort of mental health issue that afternoon?
I didn't know.
Okay. All right, now you talked about on direct that Mrs. Miller and the children began to walk away. And they were holding hands?
As I believe, yes, I recall, yes.
And they also were praying intently at some point, correct?
Praying, singing, talking, something. They were a distance from me. I couldn't tell exactly. There was some interaction, something was going on.
And did the children run or just Mrs. Miller?
Everybody there.
Everyone ran. And the question that I have for you as it relates to Mrs. Miller, why did she run away from you at that time?
Don't know.
All right, so there was no questioning of her as to why she ran once she was brought into custody? If I were to suggest to you that Mrs. Miller ran away to, in her mind, meet up with Marcus and Vincent in heaven, you would have no way to know if that was true or not. Did she run? Well, you had said you didn't know. So if I were to suggest to you she ran to pray or to go to heaven herself, you'd have no way of knowing one way or the other. Did you identify the two gentlemen that assisted you in taking Mrs. Miller from the shrubbery?
No.
Do you know if any of your colleagues did? So that as of today, do we know who those two individuals are?
Not that.
In your opinion, and again, we don't know exactly what was going on in her head, and I understand that that would be an excessive expectation. Was Mrs. Miller acting rationally in your interactions with her?
To say that she was rational, I didn't know Mrs. Miller. I never met Mrs. Miller to the best of my knowledge before this. I meet a lot of people every year working for the Searcy district. I'm not familiar with how Mrs. Miller normally behaves and the things Mrs. Miller normally says. So I really can't answer that.
That's fair. But some of the things, I'm not going to get into all of them here in today's hearing, but some of the things that were being discussed about the fish and being reunited with the husband and son, with God and so forth, did that seem out of the ordinary or unusual or something that you could process logically?
Her level of religious devotion with that
true if I were to say to you, do you know, or did you formulate an opinion as to whether or not she was sane at the time of the incident? Would the answer be the same, you don't know?
Yeah, I don't.
And last question that I have for you, we had heard on the video a moment ago, the audio as well, Mrs. Miller saying, I gave my son to God. You heard that?
I did.
All right. Do you know if in Ruth's mind she believed that her son was still alive and with God and that she would be reunited with her son?
I don't know what she's talking about.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Major. I appreciate it.
Nothing for me.
Okay. Stay down. Thank you.
Call Detective Fisher.
Thank you.
Fisher, can you make your way around there? Go on to navigate. Detective Fisher, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please indicate by stating either I swear or I affirm.
I swear.
And tell us your name and occupation.
Adam Fisher. I'm a detective with the Tuscarawas County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. For how long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been a detective for the last 8 years.
Okay. And for how long have you been a certified law enforcement officer?
19 years.
Okay. And can you give us some idea of the training and education you received prior to becoming a law enforcement officer?
Kind of in conjunction with, I have a couple of degrees in criminal justice. I went through the police academy. I also have a master's degree in forensic psychology. I have done a number of advanced trainings as life has gone on in the law enforcement realm. So there's a number of things there.
Okay. And any special training in the law enforcement realm beyond your college education as it relates to mental health issues?
Yes. So in law enforcement, we have training which we call CIT, or Crisis Intervention Team, and that training specifically is positioned around handling or dealing with individuals in some type of mental health crisis for any wide range of varieties.
Okay. And have you undergone that CIT training?
I have.
Okay. Have you trained in connection with that CIT training?
I have.
Okay. Now, on August 23rd of this year, we heard testimony that the Rangers were dispatched to a golf cart in the water. And you were here for all that testimony. When did you learn of this situation and how?
So August 23rd was a Saturday. I typically work Monday through Friday with the position that I currently hold at the sheriff's office. So it was a little bit before noon. I want to say 11:50, 11:51-ish. I actually received a call on my cell phone from the sheriff. And he had questioned, hey, do you know what's going on? Have you heard what's going on? Something to that effect. That's not an uncommon call for me to receive on the weekend. It's not uncommon for me to communicate with the sheriff on the weekend. And at that point, I did not know what he was speaking of. So he filled me in just a few of the details. That we had a golf cart that had crashed into Atwood Lake, that there was a suggestion of at least 2 missing people. There was potentially some question about some mental health crisis that may have been occurring, and that he thought that some people needed some assistance.
Okay. Do you remember what was said that gave you some concern about this being a mental health crisis?
There was the communication about Ruth suggesting that she had thrown her 4-year-old son into the lake to give him to God. There was also the suggestion that Marcus was at the bottom of the lake in the belly of a fish.
And it's about the time you get the call that she's being transported or about to be transported to Union Hospital, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so, when you get that call, what is your first, what's your next move?
So
too much detail. As soon as I get the call, I had to change clothes because it was a Saturday. I was doing work around the house. So by the time I changed clothes, just a matter of minutes, I had gotten into my patrol vehicle from the sheriff's office and immediately called the sheriff back to let him know that I was on my way and determined that it was probably in the best interest of the case and for a matter of time's sake, for me to respond directly to Union Hospital to meet Ruth there.
And what was your purpose of doing that?
Honestly, to attempt to gather some information. Do we in fact have two missing individuals? Are they in fact in the lake? Or is this a case of an individual who has experienced some type of mental health crisis and is not speaking of anything that is reality currently? And that would obviously, those details would determine our later response.
Did you respond directly to Union Hospital?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So when I arrived at Union Hospital, they're familiar with me, so and to see me on a Saturday was a little concerning to them, I believe. So I walked into the emergency room. I was immediately buzzed back to the treatment rooms there in the emergency room. And there are two specific rooms within Union Hospital in which individuals who have some type of mental health issue, mental health crisis, have been pink slipped, some type of incident that way. They're specifically housed in one of these two rooms. And that's because the rooms themselves can be locked, and the contents of the rooms can be controlled so that there's no idea or there's no ability for somebody to grab some kind of equipment and use it then as a weapon. So I made my way towards those two rooms, presuming that that's where we were going to likely end up. Before I even got around the corner, I could hear a female voice singing very loudly. It appeared to be some kind of religious songs, hymns, something to that effect. So Ruth was definitely able to be heard long before I could see her. As soon as I rounded the corner, I did witness Ruth on the ambulance cot. And it was just a few moments then that she was transferred from that cot and placed onto the hospital bed in that room that I was first initially responding to.
Okay. And were you able to engage in a conversation with her?
I was. So upon meeting Ruth for the first time again, it was difficult to make a connection initially because of her loud singing and she was not really listening to anything else that was going on there. She also had the sheet of the bed covered across her face. And she refused after several requests to remove that sheet from her face, saying that we needed to contact her husband Marcus and that the two of them would share their story together.
Okay. Was she making statements about Marcus and his whereabouts?
She was. She continually would say that Marcus was at the bottom of the lake, that he had been swallowed by a fish, and that's where we would find him.
Okay. Before that, did she make a statement that Marcus would be at their home in Millersburg?
There was a suggestion. I don't recall if it was before that particular statement or after, but there was a statement made that Marcus would be at the home. Ruth also provided a cell phone number for Marcus, suggesting that we should call him and that he would answer, and that he would be able to tell us what had happened and respond to assist her.
Do you know, did anybody attempt to make that phone call to that phone number that she gave?
Yes, there were multiple attempts made. Both dispatch and I personally attempted to make a phone call to that phone number.
Okay.
It went unanswered and to voicemail.
Okay. And this is while you were at Union Hospital upon your initial response to the situation?
Yes.
When she gave that information about Marcus possibly being at the house waiting on her, their home in Millersburg, did you dispatch anyone to verify or falsify that?
I did. So as you can imagine, there's a team of detectives, right? It's not just me, and the others were out and or responding out to assist with this incident. So at the time that some of those comments were made, Detective Cole Morris and Detective Sergeant Ed Jones were requested to go to Millersburg and essentially check the house, see if we could find any activity there, and to gather any other details that we might be able to find.
Okay. And then you you have a chance to talk with Detectives Jones and Morris about how that went for them?
Yes.
How that go?
Yeah, so they, the two of them were able to respond to the Miller residence. While in the area, they also made contact with the bishop, Mervyn Miller, and there was some conversation that was had with the bishop as well as checking the home. There was no activity inside the home. Nobody was located there. Everything appeared to be orderly. Nothing really appeared to be out of place. I say those things because in a number of different incidents that we may investigate, things can be disheveled. Things could be overturned. Things that would suggest that maybe there was some kind of crime there. So those are the things that we can look for. And none of those things were there. Everything appeared to be normal. Speaking with Bishop Miller, I know that he told Sergeant Jones that he believed that Ruth had been experiencing some mental health issues. And he spoke of an incident on the Thursday prior to this. So that would have been August 21st. And in that incident, where he and a couple others had an intervention of sorts at Ruth and Marcus's home, he felt that they were misinterpreting passages of the Bible, and they were taking things too far. So they had this intervention. A group of them had come over and had a conversation with Ruth and Marcus about their beliefs.
Is it fair to say that stemmed from a concern about her mental health?
Yes.
Now, so your initial response was to the hospital. She mentioned that her husband would be at the home waiting for her. You dispatched detectives to go out and look into that. So you're not getting this informational feedback real time at this point. You're still at the hospital, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're just getting briefings of what happened on the scene as well.
Correct.
Okay. So were you able then to engage with Ruth about what had happened, and if so, what did she tell you?
So yes, some of the conversations with Ruth at this point were a little disjointed. Some of them were like bits and pieces almost, and had to put them back together to make it make sense. And she spoke of Marcus and him being at the bottom of the lake in the belly of a fish. She also spoke of 4-year-old Vincent and how she had thrown Vincent into the lake to give him to God. Ruth said that prior to that incident, at some point, she was asked by God if she was willing to give her husband and children to him, and she had made a promise to him previously about that. So when she and Vincent were on the dock, God spoke to her and told her to throw Vincent into the lake, and she did. She described watching Vincent go under the water and pop back up, and at that moment, God spoke to her, questioning why she was still looking for Vincent after she had given him to God. We said at that point she turned around and walked away.
Okay. That's her account of what happened.
It is.
And that's what she told you at Union Hospital when you responded.
Yes.
At that point in time, had she mentioned that she was concerned that her husband was missing after having left that morning? Or was that later?
You know, the conversation about being concerned about him missing, I believe, happened in a later conversation. I'm not sure that we had that exact conversation the first time.
But she specifically told you that she threw Vincent off the dock as some, what she thought was an inspiration from God.
Yes.
What she said.
Yes.
And that she watched him drown.
Essentially, yes.
What did you do? What happened next?
During part of my conversation, when I was asking Ruth initially or we were communicating about the number from Marcus, Ruth had started to give me a phone number and then she stopped and she went back. And so I inquired as to what that phone number was, and it was actually a phone number for her father. So I excused myself from her room for a period of time, and I actually spoke with Ruth's father on the phone in an attempt again to gather any kind of information. Did they know the whereabouts of Marcus or Vincent? Had they seen him recently, or them recently? Could her father provide any kind of insight on her? Is this some type of mental crisis or mental snap that has occurred, or are these individuals in fact missing? And during that conversation, Ruth's father was shocked about the phone call, if I can say that, and did not have any idea where Marcus or Vincent may have been. They should have, according to him, been with Ruth, and they together at Atwood, and that was the last that he had known.
And then, anything else before you left the hospital?
No, I was continuing to try to get as much information as possible, but at that point, I almost feel like the law enforcement and the medical world collided, and they were attempting to treat Ruth for whatever it was that they felt necessary. They had given her some medications at that point, and she was not able to answer any more questions that I had.
So what'd you do when you left?
So when I left there, I responded from the hospital directly to Atwood, and I made contact with the units that were there on the scene.
And was there some concern about where to look for these bodies?
There was. So there was some suggestion of what is labeled as the Causeway Dock, simply a name that Atwood has given the dock area where the Miller boat is docked and where this incident had taken place. Or there's another kayak area or a kayak dock closer to the Welcome Center. So as we were going through and talking to some witnesses, there was a witness who had observed Mrs. Miller and her children at the kayak dock, and they were described and would appear that they were praying. And so that was an area of concern. There was definitely the Causeway Dock where a lot of these incidents had described or have been described to have taken place, so that was an area of concern as well.
When you arrived back out on scene, were there divers exploring the lake?
There were, yes. And initially they had focused their efforts around the Causeway Dock or at the Causeway Dock. If you look or can picture a dock in particular just kind of going straight out, and the boats are docked on both the left and right side. When I had gotten there, the divers were looking on both that left and right side. They had moved some boats and they were looking under where those boats may be.
At some point, did you, I guess, want some clarification from Ruth as to where specifically she would have?
I did. So obviously the Causeway Dock had been explored, the left and the right, under where those boats would be by the divers. We had then moved the divers to the position of the kayak area, the kayak launch, and they had checked that area, and we were really kind of running out of ideas, so to speak, at this point. We weren't finding anything, which seems to be a good thing, but it's also, there's a lot of suggestion that he may be here. So we needed to make sure that we weren't in fact going to find Vincent and or Marcus. I had made a call at that point in time, so some hours had passed, and I had made a call back to Union Hospital and said or made the suggestion that I wanted to take Ruth from the hospital, that I wanted to take her with me, I wanted to transport her back to Atwood, and I wanted her to really give us some clarification, like where did these incidents happen, point to me where Vincent went in the water, those kind of things. And as you can imagine, the hospital was not readily agreeable to that, and there was some red tape to get through. So in the meantime, while we were exchanging some phone calls back and forth between me and the hospital, I was notified by one of the Cleveland Clinic police officers that Ruth had drawn a map of where exactly she had placed Vincent in the water.
that map?
I did. So almost immediately after it was drawn, I received a text message, a picture of the map, and then later I received the actual physical copy of the map that Ruth had drawn.
Okay. And can you just describe what that map depicted?
Sure. So again, if I can take you back to that mental image of the dock, just going straight out, the boats on the left and right side. If we were to just go straight out at the end of the dock, there was a dot, a significant black dot, like it was scribbled in a circle. And that was the indication from Ruth as to where she had thrown Vincent in the water on that particular day.
What, are we talking about the Causeway dock or just the
I'm sorry, we are talking about the Causeway dock. And it was specified there also that it was the Causeway dock.
Tell us about the search efforts after that.
With that map in mind and the information that Ruth had drawn this and indicated specifically where she had thrown Vincent into the water, divers were requested to go back to the Causeway dock and focus their efforts on in front of, or at the end of that dock, which I later learned that they had not done prior to that request. And when they focused their efforts, it was a very short time when they then located the body of 40-year-old Vincent Miller about 10 feet off of the end of that dock on the bottom of the lake.
Do you know approximately what time that would have been?
I want to say roughly around 6:30 p.m.
Okay. About 6:03, I think. Is that any reason to disagree with that?
Nope, it was a 6, a 3, and a 0. Yep, backwards.
All right. And then you later that evening went up to the hospital again to interview Ruth, is that right?
I did. So 6:03 p.m., you think August 23rd, it stays daylight longer than it does now. So we continued to have the divers search the area for Marcus. As long as we could, the nighttime hours fell, and we decided that it was probably in the best interest of everybody to call off any remaining searches until the next morning. As you could probably imagine, there's still something in my gut, though. We're still haven't located somebody else that was talked about at this time, so I felt the need to respond back to Union Hospital and speak with Ruth again to see if I could gather any more information from her regarding Marcus or his location. So after we had called off the search for the evening, I responded back to Union Hospital. Ruth was still in the same room that she had been in previously. She appeared to be much more coherent at this time. I introduced myself to her, requested if she would speak with me, and she agreed. Because of the information that I have now, right? Before it was, do we really have somebody who's missing? Do we have a mental health crisis? Is there something going on? Versus now, we've located a body right where she said she threw him in the lake. I read her Miranda rights, something that we read people and make sure that they understand what's happening, and she did agree to speak with me at that point, and she walked me right back through this incident again. So we talked about how the day had begun, how the night prior to that had happened. Ruth said that she and the family had arrived at Atwood on Friday. Afternoon, early evening, they had unloaded some stuff from their truck, and the family had gone on the pontoon boat. She said they had a great time. They were cruising around the upper end, something that she described, the upper end of the lake, and the kids were fishing. She said it got dark, but that she and Marcus didn't want to end the fishing trip early or the fun that the kids were having, so they actually didn't get back to the camper until about 10 p.m. that evening. She said Marcus went to bed, and the kids stayed up and they watched TV. At about midnight, somewhere around midnight, Ruth said that she and Marcus were awoken by God, that they began to pray and read the Bible, two made the decision that they were going to go back to the boat. She said she grabbed a blanket and a Bible, her Bible, and they walked out the door. Now there's the golf cart there that you've heard us talk about before, and she said they were going to drive the golf cart to the boat. However, the neighboring camper, the neighbor was right outside, Chad Engstrom, and she had asked him, I believe actually it was Marcus that had asked, one of them had asked him if Chad would take them to the dock. So there was some discussion as to where the location of the dock was, and then ultimately Chad takes them there. Ruth said that she and Marcus, once they get to the boat, realized that they had forgotten the keys to the boat. So they began to pray again and to experience these different tests of God or from God. They were asked to get into the water, and it's dark. Ruth says that she and Marcus were both nervous about getting in the water initially. But they got in the water. They were to float on their backs at one point, and Marcus began to sink during this, so he swam back to the dock. He was then supposed to be able to pull Ruth from the water onto the dock, and after 3 failed attempts, she had to swim to the back of the boat and climb out using the ladder there. She said that Marcus did not, or let's first state that he started to sink because of his lack of faith, and that he was not able to pull her out of the water because he did not ask God for any strength to do that. There was also a discussion that Marcus was to swim to the sandbar at Atwood Lake, and to give you any kind of direction exactly where a sandbar is, I can't do that. I'm not sure that there is one at Atwood Lake. But Marcus was to swim out.
Are we still talking about her account of what happened between midnight, 1 in the morning?
Yes, this is her
before this
account.
happened?
So they're down at, and they're doing all of these tests. Marcus was to swim to the sandbar and didn't make it. He gave up in the middle of that and came back to the dock. And then Ruth, was supposed to walk on water. Because of her hesitation, and again, her questioning, so to speak, of God when she went to walk on water, she fell right in. She was not able to complete that task. Eventually, they're both out of the water and they're on the dock, and Ruth says that at that point she was wrapped in a blanket and she had asked Marcus just to suffocate her. And when I explored that a little farther, she obviously said that Marcus would not suffocate her and made some suggestion that he had spoke of suffocating her in the past. Again, presumably from some kind of feuds that they may have had in their relationship. When we get to this point, Ruth and Marcus decide that they're going to walk back to the camper. It's just about 5 a.m. according to her account. She says that Marcus had water in his ears and a headache, and she wasn't feeling the best either. And on their walk back to the camper, they had convinced themselves that the things that they were doing were crazy. But this is not reality. And they were laughing and in a good mood by the time they got back. But shortly after getting back to the camper, they changed their thought process and said, no, that was reality. These are the things that we should be doing. And Marcus felt that he had failed God, that he had failed these attempts. And he told Ruth that he was going to go for a walk, and then he was going to swim to the sandbar. And he left the camper at this point, roughly about 6, a little after, 5:36 a.m., and Ruth had never seen him again at that point.
That's what Ruth told you?
Yes.
Okay. Backing up just a little bit, you said that Ruth said that she or her husband had asked a neighboring camper to take them from their campsite to the dock.
Yes.
Were you ever able, or was anybody able to corroborate that by talking to that neighboring camper?
Yes, so there was an interview completed with Chad Engstrom, and he confirmed essentially the same story, that he was asked at about midnight, 1 a.m. to take Ruth and her husband to their dock, the Causeway dock. Initially, he said it was a little weird to him that request was made, there was that discussion about where was the dock located. But he didn't necessarily find it a big deal because he was going to some relatives' camper in that area of the Causeway dock, and it was on his way. So he did provide the ride to Ruth and Marcus.
So she says that she and her husband Marcus were out there for some time, they came back, but that Marcus left on foot again to go, she says, that he said that he was gonna swim to the sandbar.
Yes.
And, she said that that happened about 5 or 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, there was a little bit of gray area as to the time that they got back to the camper and then the time that Marcus left. But it was soon after they had gotten to the camper that Marcus then turned around.
Did she say what happened next from her perspective?
So Marcus leaves, and she said that she laid down for a little bit and was awoken about the time that the sun rose. And Marcus still was not home. So she went out to search for him and pray that his faith remained strong and that he'd be able to complete any of the tasks that were given to him. As she was walking out the door, she said 4-year-old Vincent had asked to go along. So she took him along with her and proceeded to drive to the Causeway dock. About the time that they were at the Causeway dock is when she received the communication from God, reminding her of the promise that she had previously made to him, and that she was directed to throw Vincent into the water to give him to God. Ruth said that she proceeded to the end of the dock and she threw Vincent into the water as instructed.
Did she give an account that she was concerned about her husband because she had seen his clothes left on the pontoon at the dock?
She spoke very briefly about his clothes on the pontoon and if they were the same clothes that he had been wearing when he had left the house. So the suggestion that she believed then was he was in the water.
Do you know, did initial responding officers observe clothes on the pontoon boat?
They did. So remember when I spoke of the boats themselves being moved away from that dock for the divers to look under them. When they were moved, there was the discussion that some clothing was on the pontoon.
Particularly sandals, brown pants, and a tan shirt, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was described by her as when we spoke later about it, tan pants, a cream color shirt, and sandals. But yes.
So she gave the account of going out to the dock, or come with Vincent.
Yes.
She say that happened in the golf cart?
They had driven the golf cart to the Causeway dock. Yes.
About throwing Vincent off the dock,
Yes.
watching him drown. What does she say happened next?
Immediately after throwing Vincent into the water, watching him pop back up, receiving that question from God, turning around and walking away, she proceeded back to the campsite and retrieved 15-year-old Amber. She had driven Amber back to that same dock, the Causeway dock, and had told Amber that she needed to give herself to God and she needed to run off the end of that dock and jump in the lake, to which Amber did. Immediately after Amber had entered the water, she turned around and went back to the campsite again and retrieved both her 18-year-old sons, Jordan and Joel, bringing them to the Causeway dock and instructing them to do the same, give themselves to God and jump off the end of the dock into the lake, and they did.
They all swam to safety, right?
Yes. At some point, Ruth also jumped off the end of the dock to give herself to God, and then the family came back together on the dock, where they proceeded to put their hands in the water and pray over Marcus and Vincent prior to getting back on the golf cart and leaving the area and heading towards the marina. Ruth said that as they were on their way back, I believe the initial thought was to go back to the campsite. However, Ruth tells me that she missed the road to the campsite and they proceeded traveling down the main roadway there, which ultimately will eventually lead to the marina. And after missing the road to the campsite, she was instructed by God, or she heard that direction from God again, to continue towards the lighthouse. For those that are familiar or not familiar with Atwood, there's the marina, and then there's the lighthouse bistro with an actual replica of a lighthouse there. So that was the area that she was going to. Right as she's entering the area of the lighthouse, the marina, and that area, she says that she again heard a statement from God that said something to the effect of, "Don't get off the pedal." And so she proceeded to have her foot on the gas pedal of the golf cart, drive down into the lake with her 3 remaining children on the golf cart with her.
Now, I think in the body cam footage, Deputy Edwards had made some comment about a husband and wife on a bicycle, and I think they were later interviewed as well.
They were. I believe their last name is Ryman. So Mr. and Mrs. Ryman were in the area of the marina, the Lighthouse Bistro, and they actually witnessed Ruth Miller with the golf cart and her remaining 3 children. And I believe their term that they said was careening out of control. Their initial thought was that something had happened mechanically to the golf cart, that the brakes were out, or that there was some kind of failure that Ruth was not able to control the golf cart. However, soon realized that it was very intentional. So they witnessed her drive through the lighthouse and the marina and down through the grass and over the wall into the water.
Did they in fact say that they, as they're riding their bikes through the campground at that point in time, that they first saw the family praying near the kayak dock?
They did. So this was the same people that had seen the Miller family praying at the kayak dock. The kayak launch, I believe is what it's called.
Okay. And from there, as they're on their bike ride, they see the golf cart with all 4 of them in it race by them,
Yes,
and then they saw it careen into the...
correct.
Now, in terms of Marcus Miller's last known whereabouts, we know what Ruth's account was. Was there any witness that was able to corroborate any of that in terms of him being at the dock early in the morning?
There was. So again, in the business that I'm in, we obviously want to know stories or make sure that things make sense. And Ruth said that she had last seen Marcus roughly around the 5:30 mark when he was leaving the camper, and that she had never seen him again, but then later admits that she purposely threw Vincent into the lake. So there was some question as to what happened to Marcus and where is he. We were able to make contact with another individual, Marcus Raber, who describes that he saw an Amish individual around the Causeway dock around 6:30 in the morning of August 23rd. And he remembered specifically that it was 6:30 because there was a sailboat that was docked in that area, and he had taken a picture on his cell phone of the sailboat, and the timestamp of that picture was 6:30. What initially had grabbed his attention is that he knows Marcus's brother, Robert, and he thought that it was initially Robert that was out there, and he was going to go speak to him. And as the two got closer, he soon figured out that it was not Robert, and he did not know Marcus, but was able to describe him in the exact same clothing that was located on the pontoon boat.
surviving children, 15-year-old daughter and the 2 18-year-old twin boys.
Yes.
I think other officers spoke to them at the scene, and they were later interviewed at the Child Advocacy Center
Yes.
last week.
Yes.
Were you there for that?
I was.
Okay. Tell us about those interviews.
Jordan and Joel, 18, males, and I think much like a male demeanor, so to speak, they were very reserved in their interviews or their conversation that we had with them. They both described that they worked for the family company and they liked hunting and fishing. When asked specifically about the details of the events surrounding the August 23rd incident, Joel would not say anything, provided no details. Please excuse me if I have been confused. I'm a twin myself. You think I should know that, but Joel would not provide any details. Simply just remaining silent. He spoke of seeing his mom one time after that incident, and that he thought that she was fine during that incident. Jordan, much the same. Again, not describing a whole lot of detail about the incident, except suggesting that he thought that maybe his mom had at some point seen a doctor for something and could potentially be taking some type of medication. When asked what he would tell her if he got to see her again, he again would not provide any details. So he said something to the effect of, "I'm not sure what I would tell her." Neither of those boys suggested that anybody had told them to say anything specific in their interviews, alluding to that they had a conversation with their uncle who simply just said, "Be careful what you say." Amber was visibly emotional and distraught through the interview. She spoke of, when we got to the point of asking about the Atwood incident, she spoke of the incident, and when she talked about mom leaving with Vincent, she broke down crying and repeatedly saying, she didn't need to do it, she didn't need to do it, she didn't need to do it. She then went on to speak of mom struggling at times with being mentally stable, that mom would have her good days and her bad days. That on her bad days, she was described to be not sleep very well and to be sad. She talked of mom praying, and it was in talking of God, and it was different this time, the moments before leaving with Vincent. And she said that she believed that because dad hadn't returned from his swim, that mom was frantic. She described her as frantic, that she was upset and she was frantic, and that she left the camper. She said something else that caught her as odd was initially Vincent had asked to go with mom to look for dad, and mom told him no, which is something that mom doesn't often do with Vincent. But then after a very short time, she said yes to go with her. And so she left with Vincent, returning a short time later and telling her, "Come with me, come quick, come now." And Amber went with Ruth. And during that travel, their travel to the dock, Amber said that Ruth told her that she had thrown Vincent in the water. And again, at this point in the interview, Amber broke down again, saying she didn't mean to do it. She's a good mom. She didn't mean to do it.
It's fair to say that Amber wasn't nearly as guarded as the boys.
Yes.
And is what Amber said from her perspective corroborative of Ruth's account of what happened?
Yes.
Did you get the sense that any of these three children were traumatized by the circumstances in their life?
Yes. And I think that was extremely evident by the interviews of the children at Millersburg.
things have gone for Ms. Ruth Miller?
Sure. There have been no complaints from staff or inmates about Ruth. She has been, I guess you could describe her as the model inmate. She doesn't complain. She is not the subject of any formal discipline. She was initially segregated or separated from the entire population of the jail. We first do that based on that mental health history, based on a few of the criteria when she comes in. There was also, obviously she's going to be housed in general population, she's going to be housed with other females, and presumably other females could potentially have children, and that could result in some heated emotion or escalated emotion and some potential for violence. So that was just kind of being weighed out. At her own request, Ruth was eventually transferred to the female pod, or the general population of the female pod, when there was space. So that recently happened, probably about 2 weeks ago, and since that time, there again have been no complaints.
And no reported like mental health crises on her behalf?
No.
And no complaints by her about her medical treatment?
Correct, no complaints.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ian? Just so everyone knows too, after this witness, there are 2 more witnesses. We'll probably take a brief recess.
So I was actually going to say, based upon the testimony so far, I'm not going to call Ranger Lucas Pace, so as a courtesy, would the court like me to notify him so that he's not sitting in the hall? Okay. You know what? I think I'm going to use this one, being sure this actually makes a difference, so. All right, Detective, good afternoon. We've met, so.
Yes, sir.
My questions for you, I'm going to ask a few out of order just based upon your direct examination.
Sure.
If at any time that we're conversing through this examination, you don't understand something I ask or just need clarification, please just ask me to do so, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had brought up early on when you were talking about your training, you brought up the word crisis in relation to mental health crisis. And what does that mean to you? What do you define as a mental health crisis?
You know, a mental health crisis can be any number of things. There obviously is going to be probably a very specific definition that you might be looking for, but it can be somebody who is overwhelmed in any moment, and their responses or perceived responses occur because of some kind of
dealings with Mrs. Miller, how would you describe her reality?
The word that I used earlier, and I think that it really hits home with this, was disheveled. Like her reality at the point was disheveled. Her reality at the point was really based on the foundation of religion and God and the things that he was telling her to do.
The discussion that you were having with her during the first and second interview, was that a kind of a reality different from yours being in a normal state of mind at that time?
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the issues that you brought up on direct was Mrs. Miller asking you to make contact with her husband, Marcus, after we know at this point, and I said he had already gone out into the lake and had passed, right?
Oh, correct.
And,
I would object to the characterization in that we,
I'm sorry, maybe I just
when
phrased
he
it wrong.
made that statement, we did not know at that point the whereabouts of either Marcus or Vincent.
That's fair. I'll withdraw the question. Yeah, sorry, poorly posed question. So, when Mrs. Miller had asked you to contact Marcus, she suggested that he may be at home? Is that correct?
She did at some point, yes.
Okay. And she had you, or suggested that you call his cell phone as well?
Correct.
All right. And was there anything about that interaction that you deemed to, or chalked up to her just trying to be deceitful to you?
No, not necessarily. At that point, I think the details of all of the incidents were in question, and so it was really just trying to determine what the truth was, not that she was necessarily trying to be deceitful.
Might it have been that what you were being told by Mrs. Miller, in her reality, she believed what she was saying?
Might have been, sure.
Now, I told you I'm going to skip around just for a moment, and then I'll get into some semblance of order with you. You had heard the testimony before you about Mrs. Miller trying to run away from the Rangers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever address with her why she ran from the Rangers?
No, because if I'm being honest with you, at the time that I had my first conversation with her, I had not had any contact with any Rangers, nor did I know that she had ran. And the second conversation, again, there was no discussion of that interaction with her having with the Rangers.
Okay. So as you sit here today, you don't know what her purpose in running away from the Rangers was on August 23rd?
Correct.
And just, did Ruth believe on August 23rd, at the time that you went to speak with her, I think she had said to you that, or it alluded to the fact that she may see her child and husband again?
Yes.
Okay. And if I were to suggest to you that she believed that her husband and child were still alive when you spoke, you would not have an opinion one way or the other?
Your Honor, I guess I would object to the extent that the questions call for speculation as to the mental state of Ruth Miller or anyone. We only know what she told us in terms of what she believed and was that delusional or not. That's something that goes to speculation as to mental state, and she's going to be examined. She's in the process of being examined by a forensic psychologist to weigh in on that as it relates to competency and sanity. But in terms of a witness who was not inside her mind at the time, I think it calls for speculation.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, Section 1 on the bond issue deals with the word commit. And we talked in opening statement as to both the act and the mental state being at play. And I had stated at the time, Your Honor, in introduction of what we intended to do here today, that I would be focused on the mental state because without it, she could not have committed the crime. Hence, that is the reason why the NGRI was put into play. So mental state is an issue when the issue of no bond is raised. It may not be in other instances or if a bond had been set, but here under this statute, when we break down the word commit, mental state does come into play.
Right, I'm going to overrule the objection, maybe for reasons slightly different than what Ian has stated here, but I do believe that the statute does contemplate a consideration of the accused's mental condition, and I'm going to allow it.
Thank you, Ed. So I'll come back to that question in a minute. And detective, and is that detective, captain detective? How do you,
Wait, whichever you prefer, I'm
or
okay.
what do you prefer? You've earned it.
There's a lot there, so I shortened it to one. Captain is great.
Captain, very good. So Captain Fisher, you've got 19 years of experience, I believe, before being a detective, or 19 in total?
19 in total.
And your experience with mental health matters, you seem to indicate you had training beyond that which one would just receive from the academy. Specifically, you've got certification or training in forensic psychology.
Yes.
Okay. What other training do you have as it relates to mental health matters within law enforcement and mental health crisis?
So the degree in forensic psychology, the crisis intervention team training, hostage negotiator. I am one of our only hostage negotiators here in the county. And then just continuous presentations that I give myself, teachings and others that I receive as to any type of mental health issue or crisis within the county.
And do you have experience with matters where pleas of not guilty by reason of insanity or the mental state of a defendant as to whether it constitutes an NGRI? Have you dealt with those sorts of cases before?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. So this case here in the state of Ohio versus Ruth Miller is the first case in which you've been involved with that the issue of whether or not she was not guilty by reason of insanity is central. This will be the first one.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, prior to August 23rd, 2025, you did not know the family or have any understanding of the Miller family, correct?
That's correct.
And by all accounts, through your investigation, Mrs. Miller was deemed to be a good mom to her 4 children.
Right from their mouths, yes.
And you received no other evidence that would contradict that.
No.
And just to get this out of the way, and while she's not been charged with it, I just want to make sure that you have determined that Mrs. Miller was not responsible for her husband Marcus Miller's death.
That's correct.
Can you tell me, Captain, please describe your attempts through your investigation and by way of your investigation to understand Ruth Miller's mental health history?
So the mental health history was first brought to us by her own family, suggesting that Ruth had been experiencing some kind of struggles with mental health for approximately the past 6 months. As you're aware, the Amish community addresses mental health and things like that a little differently than us as English. So the documentation or anything like that is generally non-existent. So the family saying that there were some struggles there, the family suggesting that she was seeing a doctor, potentially taking some medication. They could not provide any other information as to who that doctor was or what medication it would be for any further follow-up. And they were described to be, the Miller family was described to be very private, and that not even their own family would know that information.
And were you able to make any determinations as to how Ruth Miller's mental history played into the incident of August 23rd, 2025?
So the discussions that were had surrounding the previous 6 months of some mental health history were some conversations about misinterpreting of the Bible, some misinterpretation there, some believing that God was coming back very soon to get your affairs in order, and that the family and the bishop and others have had these interventions to talk to Ruth and ultimately Marcus and redirect them on a path that was more appropriate. So I think the conversations about the religious aspects of her mental health issues, and then the statements made by her the day of the incident saying that God had told her or directed her to do things really coincides with that. So that was the same thing that she had been experiencing.
Okay. And in fact, the family and the bishop were actually very worried about Ruth's mental well-being, and Marcus's for that matter, when they did an intervention just days before being present at Atwood Lake.
Correct.
Yet, they felt that perhaps a change of scenery, that going to Atwood Lake might be good for them.
Yes, and that was actually a conversation that Robert had had. Robert is Marcus's brother. Robert had had. He was involved in that latest intervention, and described that Marcus was a workaholic, and that that's all they ever did was work. So that maybe a different change of scenery, someplace different, place to relax, to relieve some stress may be helpful.
So, with your interview of the three children, it was described, I believe, by the daughter, perhaps, that her mom was frantic when she came to the campground. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you seek any clarification on what that meant?
So not when they came to the campground, but it was the day that Marcus had left in the morning, so on the 23rd, that she had awoken and that she said that her mom appeared frantic. And when there was further discussion about that, Amber clarified that she wasn't sure, but she felt that it was because her mom had not seen her dad and didn't know where she was, the fact that he was quote unquote missing.
And as it related, you had said during direct examination that initially, when Vincent wanted to go with Mrs. Miller, she said no.
Yes, according to Amber, that was something that had caught her attention, was that Ruth had told him no initially.
And as it relates to time, this would have been moments before Vincent was put in the lake?
Yes.
And so, what we know, at least from what was told you, that Ruth was not intending on taking Vincent, at least initially, but only after, do you know how much time passed before she decided to take him?
I don't. The way it would be perceived by me, or the way that it was suggested, was that Vincent had asked to go, Ruth told him no, and then decided to take him back. So whatever we could make that period of time, it did not seem very significant at all.
Did you ever receive any evidence to suggest that she had asked Vincent to go?
No.
That Mrs. Miller had asked Vincent to go to the lake with her?
No, other than her own testimony saying that she had put him in the golf cart and transported him down there. That was the only other conversation.
So I want to talk to you for a moment about whether your investigation revealed that Mrs. Miller believed that her child was actually dead when she placed the child in the lake, okay? And so my question to you is this. You spoke to Amber,
Yes.
and Amber told you that her mom believed that the child, that being Vincent, would actually come back out of the water if they had enough faith in God.
Correct.
And for all you know, Mrs. Miller truly believed that,
Correct.
because her reality may have been very different from yours or mine or any of the other first responders that day, not to suggest otherwise.
Yes.
I would object, Your Honor. I think we're going down the lines of, for all you know, that's complete speculation. We really need someone who's an expert forensic psychologist to explore those issues. So, in terms of, the testimony should be limited to what he knows, not for what, for all we know, this could be the case.
Right. I recognize that Adam is not an expert. I'll give it the weight that I believe it is. I understand if there were others who may be confused by that. Right. I understand your point, but I recognize
sorry to interrupt you. I thought you were- Did your investigation also reveal that Ruth believed that her husband, Marcus, would reappear at some point?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
In one brief conversation or one brief statement that Ruth had made, she suggested that they were going to the lighthouse. Remember, I spoke with the lighthouse in the marina, that they were going to the lighthouse because she was told by God to go there and she would see Vincent and Marcus again.
And it was suggested, was it not, by Amber, that her mom was mentally unstable?
Yes.
And did you seek clarity on what that meant?
Amber used the statement of struggling with mental stability, I think is how she put it. And she just said that Amber noticed that her mom would have good days and bad days, and that on the bad days she would sleep a lot and was very sad. That was, and again at 15, I think that was probably the extent of what she knows.
Sure. And it was described to you by Amber that on that day, August 23rd, that her mom was acting different than normal.
Yes.
Now, did you speak to the Rangers as part of your investigation?
Just in passing, quite honestly, my focus was on Ruth and then locating Vincent and Marcus. And there was a team of detectives that are out there. So, others have spoken and had conversations with them as well. I did not feel that it was necessary at that point for me to.
Now, as the lead detective, you're responsible for this case,
Yes.
right? All right. And are you familiar with Caden Edwards?
Yes,
Okay, who is that?
Caden is a deputy with our office.
Okay. And it is true that Caden opined, based upon his involvement in this case, that Mrs. Miller was, quote, not in her correct state of mind.
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Deputy Edwards about his basis for that statement?
Yes. So the conversation that he and I had, Caden is a newer deputy here. So he and I talk frequently as life goes on or as he interacts with people on calls. And so when we spoke about this particular thing, he spoke of my words, Ruth's disjointed statements about the Marcus being in the belly of a fish on the bottom of the lake, and things that to him did not make sense.
Now, I believe, well, if you could answer this for me, who determined that there needed to be a mental health evaluation of Ruth Miller on the day?
I can't answer that. So I know that collectively, I think that was the push to put Ruth in the back of the squad to have her evaluated. The formal decision for a mental evaluation was done by Cleveland Clinic Union Hospital.
Now, kind of pivoting here for a moment to the golf cart, which you're aware of, the golf cart. Did you look into, or as part of your investigation, that deal with the operation of the golf cart?
Yes.
And do you agree with the descriptions that have been given throughout your reports and others that Mrs. Miller operated the golf cart erratically?
Yes.
At any point, did Mrs. Miller crash that golf cart any other part of the grounds other than just going off the dock?
Yes. So there was a conversation and a description that Ruth was observed to be operating the golf cart erratically, that at one point she had even tipped the golf cart over on its side. She had gone back to the camper to retrieve her 18-year-old sons to get them to come back and help her lift the golf cart back up, which they did, and then she proceeded to drive that golf cart.
Did she ever hit any other obstacles that day with the golf cart?
Not that I can recall.
Now, were you involved in the gathering or execution of the search warrant on August 24th?
Yes.
Okay. tell me what your involvement was with the search warrants. And there will be just some specific questions, not so much as to probable cause on a search warrant, but solely as to two pieces of evidence that were obtained.
Sure. So the search warrant itself was sought after by me, simply as a matter of procedure. Let's just make sure that there's nothing else in this camper that's going to give us any kind of insight into the case. So the search warrant was obtained. Our process throughout the sheriff's office, for a matter of efficiency, is there were two detectives that were already on scene. So the search warrant was signed, a phone call is made to say the search warrant has been granted, and they entered the camper, proceeded to complete an inventory, take photographs, document the things that were there. While that was happening, I responded to Atwood, and I arrived at the tail end of that execution of the search warrant.
Now, there were different tents, I believe, that were searched. One being tent, and I'd like to refer to tent 1 and tent 3.
So the tents that you are describing are tents with numbers on them. So anytime that we execute a search warrant, if we find something of interest, we will tenant with that number to then photograph it, draw some attention to it, photograph it, and then be able to label it accurately on that inventory that you're likely looking at.
Thank you. And what I'd like to talk to you about is there was a Bible
Yes.
that was found, that was located as part of the search.
Yes.
And that Bible was not taken, but it was merely photographed, right?
Correct.
I just don't have it yet, or if it has been given out, I apologize, I have not seen it yet. Is there a photograph of the Bible in the open position
So the case.
so that we are able to determine what may have been viewed last in that Bible?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what that was?
I don't.
That's okay. The other thing that I'd like to bring your attention to is tent 3, which were described as over-the-counter supplements. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Those were not taken into evidence either, they were just photographed.
Correct.
Do we know what those supplements were, or why they were being taken?
No, I do not know why they were being taken, what they were. To tell you that off the top of my head, the answer is no, it is documented specifically what those were.
Now, during your 2 interviews of Ruth, you would agree with me that the statements that she made to you were unclear at times?
Yes.
And an example of that lack of clarity would be Ruth telling you that they were in the water, they being presumably a reference to Vincent and her husband, but in heaven, correct?
Yes.
And prior to that, would you agree with the assertion that Ruth began talking to law enforcement immediately at Atwood Lake when approached?
Yes.
She never tried to deny that the son or husband were in the water, correct?
Correct.
She was clear that she did throw Vincent in the lake, correct?
Yes.
But after that, when being questioned, Ruth spent a lot of time trying to emphasize, her reaction to that was that she was emphasizing that God is real.
Yes.
And that she gave her son to God because it was a test from God.
Correct.
Now, what is the word, based upon your training and as it was used in this investigation, what does the word irrational mean to you?
Irrational to me would mean not in a normal, and that's a loaded response also, but not a normal way of thinking, not a common way of thinking.
And I think that you had stated, or did you state, I should ask, that it was due to her behavior and irrational thought process that Ruth was pink slipped to the Cleveland Clinic?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who saw the pink slip at the Cleveland Clinic?
I don't.
Did you talk to any of the medical staff at the Cleveland Clinic about their treatment or determinations of Ruth Miller?
So my initial response to Cleveland Clinic, I had a very brief discussion discussion with the doctor. I informed him of our response, the fact that there were 2 missing individuals, a few of the things that Ruth was saying, and I simply made a request to speak with Ruth before they offered her any type of treatment so that I could try to get any information. Specifically asking determinations of medical procedures or treatment is frowned upon at any kind of hospital. There have been search warrants submitted to Cleveland Clinic, so we have those official records. However, the conversations don't generally happen to us specifically.
Thank you. Now, Captain, you had spoken on direct examination about the sheet that was over Mrs. Miller's face at the hospital. It is true that Mrs. Miller kept the sheet on her face and would keep the sheet on her face until she was reconnected with her husband.
Yes, she made that statement.
All right, she made that statement to you.
Yes.
All right. And the reason that she was going to keep the sheet on her face, or withdraw that question. She stated further to you that at some point they, and that presumed to be Marcus, she and Marcus would tell their story.
Yes.
And did you ask her to clarify that statement or give any further detail on that statement?
There was a question, to something of the sort of, what does that mean, where is he? And she could not provide an answer any different than what she had already provided.
Now, you had spoken on direct examination about the bishop or family members talking about Mrs. Miller's difficulty sleeping. Recall that?
The difficulty sleeping conversation came from Amber, yes.
From Amber, apologies. So what did you do as part of your investigation to determine whether or not there was any validity to that statement and how it may have affected Ruth Miller's mental state on August 23rd?
I don't know that there was anything else to do at that point with Ruth being in custody at the jail and represented by you. I don't know that it's appropriate to have that conversation with her. So I think just the statement from Amber alone is what it is.
Did you talk to any of the family members, go back to them and talk about what their experience was with Mrs. Miller and whether she was suffering from sleep deprivation?
No.
Now, as it relates to the tests in the water with Marcus, so the tests with Mrs. Miller and Mr. Miller, Marcus, it was communicated to you that any failures to these tests were due to doubts in God.
Yes.
By Mrs. Miller, correct?
Yes.
And I would like to talk about an instance where it was communicated to you, I believe, that Mrs. Miller tried to actually walk on water.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. What was told you and where was that?
It was in the hospital room, and it came directly from Ruth, that she was explaining that one of her tests from God was to walk on water, and that she hesitated, and that her doubt in God, the hesitation, is what caused her the inability to walk on water.
Now, we do know, at least based upon what she said, let me say, no one saw her trying to walk on water, correct?
Correct.
And you were also told by Mrs. Miller that when she did try to walk on the water, she was actually wearing her clothes, correct?
Correct.
And because she was wearing the clothes, once she went under the water, it was difficult to swim because of the weight of the clothes.
Yes.
Now, you had brought up the sheriff, Sheriff Orvis Campbell, calling you, I believe on Saturday.
Yes.
And not getting into necessarily what the job, duties were and so forth. But my question to you is, were you present for his press conference that followed the arrest of Mrs. Miller?
I was.
Okay. And Sheriff Campbell was very involved in this investigation as well, correct?
Yes.
And you and he had communicated back and forth as to findings in this case?
Correct.
And it was described by the sheriff that Ruth Miller, or he opined that there was a detachment from reality. Okay, I'm not asking you as to what he said. Do you recall that piece?
I do.
Do you agree that the evidence in this case that was gathered pointed to a detachment from reality by Mrs. Miller?
I do.
And Sheriff Campbell had also opined during this very press conference that the investigation pointed to the fact that Mrs. Miller was delusional on August 23rd, 2025. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you agree with Sheriff Campbell that Mrs. Miller, or that the investigation evidences that Mrs. Miller was delusional on August 23rd, 2025?
I do.
And Sheriff Campbell had also talked about the fact that what had been conveyed to law enforcement, so I assume you, since you did the interviews, by Mrs. Miller had panned out to be truthful, specifically what was described about Marcus, his actions, what he was wearing, and so forth.
Yes.
And was there anything during your investigation that revealed at any time that Mrs. Miller was being untruthful with you or attempting to deceive you?
No.
Now, there are some other factors that we have to address here today. You obviously did a background check on Mrs. Miller,
Yes.
and that revealed no prior criminal history.
Correct.
We talked earlier on about her being a good mother. There were no reports from anyone, negative reports from anyone related to ill treatment of any of the children prior to August 23rd, 2025.
Correct.
All right, now, looking through your records, you, Captain, determined that Ruth Miller was experiencing a mental health crisis as she cannot provide clear information, correct?
Correct.
And what was, when you said she was experiencing a mental health crisis, as it relates to Ruth Miller, what were you trying to say in that? What was the mental health crisis that you were referring to in the report?
You know, I think it just goes back to the word that you said. There was a detachment from reality. There was some delusional thinking, which obviously, led to the unfortunate events of that day.
You're familiar with the term malingering?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that mean to you?
Malingering is something that's like persistent or continuing.
Did you ever perceive any of what Mrs. Miller told you or the way that she was telling you? Did you ever determine that to be suspect or suspicious or an attempt to deceive you? Anything that was not genuine?
No.
Now, you talked about on direct interview 2, and you had said that Mrs. Miller seemed to be much more coherent during that interview.
On the second one, yes.
Yes. All right. And Mrs. Miller did not change any of her facts from interview 1 to interview 2, but she did add some facts to interview 2, correct?
Correct.
And what Ruth added to you was that she was actually talking to God on August 23rd. So she was actually having a conversation with God.
Correct.
And she had elaborated to you that God, her words were, per the report, quote, he wanted us to do something, and that happened before midnight, coming into the critical day.
Yes.
And she had told you, Captain, that she had been witness to miracles lately.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her to clarify what that meant and what miracles she may have observed?
You know, I recall having that conversation, but I don't recall what her response was.
As far as approximation of time, how long before the incident? When I use the word incident, I'm speaking of August 23rd, 2025. Do you know how long it was before that she was witnessing these miracles?
I don't.
And in fact, not only did Mrs. Miller talk about Marcus and the fish? But she also added during the second interview that God had asked her to get swallowed by a fish.
She did.
And did you have her give you any further detail on that, or were you at this point just noting what she was saying?
So I was noting what she was saying. She did explain in this particular instance that God had asked her to be swallowed by a fish, that she, again, had some hesitation, did not want that to happen, made a statement that if God wanted her to, that she would.
Right. So she actually was willing, as she told you, she was actually willing, if God wanted her to be swallowed by a fish.
Yes.
And there was nothing about that that you took as her being, trying to be dishonest or just disingenuous in any way?
No.
As far as physically is concerned, well, I can't say necessarily physically. The question that I have for you is, Mrs. Miller had also described to you that her head had hurt and was full of water. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that statement, please?
She had made that statement after talking about the test that God was giving she and Marcus on the dock, and after they had been in the water, that's when she had said that after they had removed themselves from the water and were walking back to the camper, that's when her head was full of water and her head hurt.
Now, during direct, you had talked about the child coming back up above the water.
Yes.
And was there any sort of discussion about Ruth trying to reach out to the child?
So the first conversation she spoke of looking at him, being questioned by God, turning and walking away. The second conversation, she said that she attempted to reach down for Vincent and could not, so turned and walked away.
All right, so, do you know, did you ask her, or did she tell you what the reason was to reach out to Vincent?
No.
Okay, so, as to whether or not it was to bring Vincent in or to make sure that Vincent was actually going to God, we don't know today.
Correct.
Now, you had talked about the Lighthouse Bistro during direct exam. There actually was a little more to the Lighthouse Bistro because, tell me if you recall this, Mrs. Miller stated that she was going to the Lighthouse Bistro to find Marcus and Vincent, correct?
Yeah, I believe I spoke on that too. She had said that God had spoken to her and told her that that's where she would find them.
And do you know when that was and whether that was before she had taken Vincent from the campground or whether it was after he was in the lake?
My perception throughout the conversation was that after he was in the lake.
Okay. So after he was in the lake, she reported to you that she went to the Lighthouse Bistro to get Vincent and Marcus.
Yes.
And again, you had no basis to question this is being deceitful, this may have been her reality.
Correct.
Now, you're the person who had to tell Mrs. Miller that law enforcement had found Vincent in the lake, correct?
Yes.
And her response to you was simply just good, correct?
Yes.
And then she asked if he was okay, didn't she?
She did.
So as to imply that she didn't know whether he was alive or dead.
Sure.
But then she did question or relay to you, she questioned you whether he was with God.
She did.
All right, so as I wrap up with just the last couple of questions, would it be fair, Captain, to say that everything that Ruth Miller had told you during your interviews of her appeared to be truthful to you, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know, and it's someone else is going to make assessments later, or I should ask you, do you have enough information as a result of your investigation to determine whether or not Ruth Miller suffered from a severe mental disease so based upon your investigation, do you have enough evidence to form an opinion as to whether or not Ruth Miller could appreciate the wrongfulness of conduct on August 23rd?
Objection. Response.
It's based upon the investigation, and going right to the mental state, and this is the core question, those are the two core questions.
I'm allowed to give what I would call lay opinions. Someone says something, this struck me as odd or seemed kind of unusual. That goes to the very heart of whether someone is insane or not. Clearly, this witness is not qualified to make that decision, and I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you. And my final question, may I ask if there has been anything gathered by way of evidence in the investigation touching on that question? That's all.
Whether he's gathered information.
Whether there's been any information from anyone or any sources who have discussed the issue of whether or not she could appreciate the wrongfulness of conduct. That's all, not what the opinion is.
No, not for me specifically.
Thank you very much for your time.
Redirect. Thanks, Your Honor. So when you were asked, Detective, whether you agreed with the sheriff's statement that she was delusional, would you say she seemed delusional?
I would say she seemed delusional.
Okay. You're not offering expert opinion as to whether, in fact, she was, are you?
No, I'm not offering expert opinion.
Okay. And when you say that you agree that she was truthful with regard to her concern for Marcus and her account of that, would you say that she seemed truthful?
Yes, sir.
There's no question that she was making a lot of irrational, bizarre statements as to the whereabouts of her husband and her son, and how that came to be.
Correct, there was no question.
Okay. Whether she honestly believed those statements or not, do you think that has any impact on whether we can be assured that she wouldn't have a mental break again?
No, I don't think there's any assurance that a mental break would not occur again.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have a brief question based on that very last question. Thank you. Captain, when Mrs. Miller was at Cleveland Clinic, right, well, you had formulated an opinion before about how she's doing here, and you said she's a model prisoner. You were just asked now if there's any assurances that she would have another break. How did she do when she was at the Cleveland Clinic?
I don't know that I can answer that respectfully. I think that information is in the medical records, but I don't know that I can answer that.
Yeah, thank you.
And sorry, I understand, you did not intend to call any further witnesses, is that correct?
That is correct. I have two exhibits I would offer to the court. They're on a class drive. She's willing to label that for identification at this point.
Call the drive exhibit A?
Okay.
And you said on it, is it the video you showed?
Two body cam footage files from Caden Edwards.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
It'll be. And with that, Ian, you have at least a witness that you're going to call, if not more.
We have one witness, the sheriff.
All right. We are going to take a break then. Just 10 minutes. You need to stretch, you use the restroom, gives you an opportunity. And we'll resume here.
Yeah, it was when I was making that big fan.
I figured you had to get another one. That sounds like my dream.
at any time my questions are not clear, you need me to clarify anything, just ask me to stop and repeat the question, I'll do that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, you are obviously a very experienced law enforcement official as it relates to case investigation, correct?
Okay, I mean, I've been doing it a long time.
And so let's talk about that. How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
I started with the sheriff's office in '93, so this is my 37th year.
And were you anywhere before the sheriff's office, or did you go directly begin your career with the sheriff's office?
I was a juvenile probation officer, 1 floor down, from the age of 18 until 21. So I worked at, then when I turned 21, I was hired by the sheriff.
Sheriff Campbell, can you tell me what sort of training you have with defendants who may suffer from mental health issues, crises, or interventions?
So most of our guys have gone through what's called crisis intervention training. Most of the training for law enforcement is more centered around trying to de-escalate someone when they're in any type of crisis, or whether they're just acting angrily or hostile or irrational in any way. We attempt to employ methods to just get them to calm down. Don't have any formal training in mental health as far as diagnosis or anything like that.
But you've got 30 plus years of experience in law enforcement, so you deal with mental health crises, I'm assuming, many times.
Sure.
Now, can you please tell the court what your involvement in this investigation, the Ruth Miller matter, was? What did it entail?
Sure. So it was a Saturday morning. I was contacted at home by our dispatch center and advised of what was going on at up at Atwood Lake. I was told the Rangers were handling it, but they just wanted me to be aware that there was a situation in which it was, at that point, very confusing, but that it reported that a child maybe had been put in the lake and that there was also a husband missing. I made contact with, one of the Rangers, just telephone contact, and did that by calling one of my deputies on scene, Caden Edwards, asked him to put me in contact with the Ranger, and just offered him any type of help that they needed. At that point, it was a time later, I received another call from Caden Edwards, and he had told me that Ms. Miller had been taken to the hospital, and that we were in fact being requested to assist them because they had still not had any luck in finding the missing child or the husband. So I then asked the dispatch center to contact our detectives, and specifically spoke to Captain Fisher and asked him to respond. And then before he responded, I actually redirected him and asked him to go to Union Hospital to speak to Ruth, just trying to figure this thing out.
Did you take any witness statements in this case?
I did talk to a couple of people at the scene. I never spoke to Ruth. I spoke to some individuals. There was a man named Marcus Raber that had spoke to us on Sunday morning and indicated that he had seen Ruth's husband at the dock alone at 6:30. And then there were some other people that were just giving us facts after the fact, such as Chad Engstrom, who had reported that the Millers had approached him and asked him to give him a ride to the dock on Friday night, Saturday morning at like after 1 in the morning. And then some other people that had witnessed the, I'll just say the incident in which the golf cart went into the lake. I spoke to those people as well. And on Saturday, just trying to gather information as to what they saw and what was going on.
Okay. And as the Tuscarawas County Sheriff, were your deputies and or other representatives of the Sheriff's Department who may have been involved with this investigation, were they reporting to you what they were doing and what their findings were?
Yes.
And so would you say that you had a good understanding of the investigation as it was proceeding?
Yeah, so the debriefs when a case like this is ongoing, You know, we don't have the time to sit down and debrief about the entire length of a conversation, but we do get the main points out, what somebody was able to offer, and then, you know, we try to take those facts and formulate a plan on to what to do next.
Now, that was August 23rd, 2025, incident at Atwood Lake. Do you remember the date that you gave a press conference about this case?
Yeah, I think it was the very next Monday, so the 25th.
Okay. And at that press conference, you addressed a number of issues, the status of the investigation, and then also conveyed your beliefs and impressions of the matter, correct?
Sure, yes.
And do you recall what you said during that press conference?
I said a lot, but I tried to report, you know, this investigation was different from many. It took place in a very public place. Atwood Lake was extremely busy that weekend, and there was a car show going on and lots of people coming up, and there was already media coverage. We had, as we were trying to recover the bodies, we had drones flying above us and different things like that. So I felt it was important in trying to respond to the media, the numerous calls and emails that we were getting to just set up one press conference. During that, I tried to be as open and honest as I could about how difficult it was for us to piece together what took place that day. The facts came in, you know, you'd hear one statement that, you know, Ms. Miller had supposedly told one of the people on scene, and, you know, now it seems like they make a little more sense because we put a bigger picture together, but at that time, it just seemed very confusing as to what took place. I was trying to explain that at the beginning of the investigation, I never really spoke to the other investigators about this, but I really think most of us were hoping that the little boy and the husband were still okay in the park. And then later on, that as the hours went on, we started to lose hope for that. And then, of course, once we recovered Vincent's body, all over that went to the side. So I tried to explain everything as to why it was so difficult for us to give an exact update as to what took place, because we were still piecing together statement fragments.
Is there anything about what you said at that press conference that you disagree with today or was said differently?
Well, I'm not sure I remember everything that I said, so I'm not sure I can answer that. If there's...
I can be specific.
Okay.
If that would help.
Sure.
You had talked about, based upon the investigation, you had opined that Mrs. Miller was suffering mental health issues.
Yeah, I think I'm usually very careful about that because I can't diagnose these, but I think I used the term mental health crisis.
And you alluded to the fact that she may have been suffering from spiritual or religious detachment or delusions.
Delusion. I think I used the word delusion.
And if you can please explain to us what that meant, what you meant by that.
Okay. So when I think of somebody who's operating delusion, I think of somebody who's just not operating within the facts, just operating off of, a belief that couldn't be factual. And it was very difficult for me, from the things that I'd learned, to think that, the story that was being presented was factual. So I was calling it a delusion. I used the term spiritual because, she kept stating that she was, to our investigators, to the Atwood, Muskegon watershed investigators, that she was following, comments from God. So I stuck in the word spiritual, but basically I just meant that she was, I believed that she was making comments that suggested she was not operating with a factual command of what took place.
That's right. And Sheriff, that would be different than just someone who, you've had plenty of people over the course of your career under investigation lie to you, right?
Yes.
All right. That's not delusional, that's just lying.
Right.
Okay. So we're not talking about someone necessarily being dishonest, we're talking about someone whose mental capacity may be affected.
Could be, yes.
Now, you had interviewed family, I believe, family and a religious leader, particularly Robert Miller, Marcus's brother.
Yes, I did speak to Robert that day at the Atwood Welcome Center, and I also briefly spoke to the teenage children.
And just to go through this as quickly as possible, you were told by Marcus's brother that Ruth had been suffering from mental illness and delusions for approximately 6 months, correct?
That is what I remember. He told me that they had become concerned with her thought process, yes.
And the family did have overall concerns as to Ruth's mental well-being, correct?
Yes.
And they also had concerns over Marcus, just in the days preceding Atwood Lake, calling family members in an unusual manner to tell them that he loved them, right?
Right, I remember specifically that Robert stated that Marcus called him to just tell him he loved him, and Marcus found that as extremely odd because their love was known. It wasn't something that was ever questioned, nor did they ever feel the need to call each other just to say that. And that was a bit of a red flag to him, that there was something wrong.
Okay. And did Marcus have concerns according to your investigation, or did you note in your investigation that Marcus had concerns about how long he would live?
About how long Marcus would live?
Yeah, how long he would have to live.
I seem to remember that, and I don't remember exactly who told me that, that I was told that Marcus had made comments that he might not be around for much longer, something like that. I don't remember the exact comment, but yes.
And if we heard in this courtroom earlier today that that there's no belief that Ruth Miller had anything to do with Marcus Miller's death, would you agree or disagree with that?
I assume we mean, I'm not trying to,
Please.
but I assume we mean physically, right? Like she didn't physically cause his death, is that what you mean?
I'll ask it that way first.
Okay.
I appreciate you asking me for the clarification, yes.
Physically, no. I think that we were able to come to the conclusion after interviewing a witness on Sunday morning that we saw that Marcus Miller was seen at the docks alone about 6:30 in the morning, Saturday morning. I think at that point we began to believe that whatever action was taken, we noted that his clothes were on his boat, that we had assumed that whatever action he took himself.
And again, thank you for asking me to clarify. By inference, are you suggesting that she played a part in it in some mental or psychological way?
No, I don't mean to infer it. I just don't know what happened there. Two people ending up with some sort of, belief that leads them to these extreme actions. I just couldn't answer to the psychological part. I wanted to avoid that, not infer anything, but definitely not answer for it either.
As a result of your investigation and kind of the entire investigation as you know it, can you point to any instances where Ruth Miller may have been potentially deceptive with you or intended to deceive or hinder the investigation in any way?
The only thing I can point to is that while it was not with me, I'm told that she fled from the Rangers for a short time, approximately a half an hour.
And do you know why she did that?
I do not.
Now, you had noted in your investigation that there was a family intervention prior to going to Atwood Lake, correct?
Yes, I learned that from Robert.
And it was described to you and noted by you that Ruth and Marcus seemed irrational and, quote, wild-eyed.
That is what I took from that conversation with Robert Miller, yes.
And Ruth, there was concern because Ruth was really obsessing about things, religion and so forth. But one of the things that they made note of was her focus on the importance of the number 40, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she talked about its importance in the Bible, right? The number 40?
That's what Robert told me. I mean, all this whole line of questioning here is coming from Robert.
Correct, but this is what you
Yes.
noted as a result of
Yes,
your
that
dialogue.
she had begun to obsess about the number 40, and she was turning 40 and the importance of that number in the Bible.
And the family was very concerned by this, correct?
Yes.
And did you learn at any point that Atwood Lake, the trip to Atwood Lake came at the last minute, or that originally there was a trip planned to go to Columbus for Ruth's 40th birthday?
I'm unaware. I don't recall hearing that.
For their second moment. Did you talk to Miss Miller's family or anyone that she knows about her sleep patterns leading up to Atwood Lake?
Miss Miller's family?
Yes, or anyone about how she may have been affected by lack of sleep?
No.
Okay. Was that an issue that was ever raised or ever came to your attention at any point?
The only time I can recall sleep entering into my mind was the night of the incident. It was reported to us that, from Ruth Stevens, that she and her husband had gone out onto the lake to do some swimming tasks. We know they went out there shortly after 1 a.m. because they spoke to a neighboring camper. I can't say for how long exactly they were out there doing the swimming task, but then they walked all the way back to their camper. And then Mr. Miller then supposedly went back on his own, was seen alone. That tells me at least that night that they hadn't slept. I believe that Robert had also mentioned to me that potentially the night before that there was some level of concern and that they may not have slept out that night as well. But the night mostly that tells me they were not getting any sleep was that Friday night into Saturday morning.
And you had also learned that prior to Atwood, the church was considering getting Ruth mental health, quote, mental health unit or counseling.
That is what Robert told me, yes.
Okay. And did you get any further meaning or intent on that?
No, specifically what Robert described to me was they had my word is an intervention, that they had had a meeting, to try to explain to Ruth and Marcus that these Bible verses that they were interpreting were being interpreted correctly, that they were able to de-escalate them, that their whole demeanor changed, that they had kind of calmed down and lost that wild eye, that was his terminology, that wild-eyed look, and he felt like he had bought some time, like maybe they realized that the way they were thinking was not correct. Robert had told me that he felt that they knew they were not all the way out of the woods and that they would need to pursue some sort of ongoing help for her.
You also spoke with Bishop Mervyn Miller. Does that ring a bell?
I'm not sure if I ever did or not. I had another detective assigned to the bishop who we try to keep people having consistent contact so that they develop some rapport. I may have met him the first day, Saturday at the Atwood Lake Center. If I spoke to him, it was very brief. I remember meeting Robert, I remember meeting grandparents, and I'm not sure if I met the bishop or not.
Okay, and I could be wrong about that, by piecing together the report, so thank you for letting me know that. Were you made aware that there may have been a history of mental health illness in Ruth's family, particularly father?
No.
Okay, and I'm thinking we're talking about another. Okay. Did you receive any information about the prior treatment that Ruth was undergoing for mental health?
No.
Sheriff, we know that Ruth was hospitalized after her arrest. You were aware of that, obviously.
Yes.
Right. And were you made aware by anyone in your department or from the hospital that she
being told that she was singing loudly in the hospital, and outside of that, I don't recall really hearing about any behavior.
And while in your jail, would it be fair to describe her as somewhat of a model inmate?
Sure, she's been quiet and created no problems in the Tuscarawas County Jail.
And do you know if that was any different from her behavior at the Cleveland Clinic?
I did not. Honestly, I never spoke with any staff, and the hospitals they don't give us a lot of information anyway, truthfully. They're pretty protective of patients' rights.
Now, as part of the investigation in this case, did you ever get any information as to Ms. Miller's character prior to August 23rd, 2025?
No, I think Robert had made a comment that, she had been a good family member and wife and mother up until several months ago when they felt she started to have problems. And I don't recall ever having a discussion with anyone else about her past.
And you had spoken to some of the family members. Is there anything, if I were to suggest to you that Ms. Miller's family ties in the region are strong, would you have any basis to refute that or contest that?
No.
And with the background that your department did, is it fair to say that she's lived in this area her entire life, kind of in the region?
I'm not sure we did that type of background. I do know that she has lived in the Holmes County area for quite some time, and that the family's well established there with the business.
And there was no evidence in this case or at all of any drug or alcohol abuse or use, correct?
I was not made aware of any.
And as far as you know, all of her past conduct, that predating August 23rd, 2025, that conduct could only be characterized as stellar or a contributing member of the community.
Prior to that, maybe that 6-month period, and Robert was estimating, but he said 5-6 months is when her behavior changed. But prior to that, he described her as, being a very stable person.
Did he describe how her conduct changed?
I'm using my words. The information I received made me believe that she was becoming paranoid in her interpretations of the Bible and the type of person she was. That's really the only type of description he gave me, was these, what he classified and I classified as misinterpretations of Bible verses.
To go back to the quick questions, we know that there's no criminal history, so we know that prior to August 23rd, 2025, she was not under any court supervision or probation or anything of that sort.
I'm unaware of anything previously. I think she's got no criminal record.
And let's suppose for the moment that her experience at the Cleveland Clinic could be replicated. Okay? Same treatment, same place, same providers. Do you have any reason to believe that would somehow be inadequate now?
Again, not attempting to be difficult, but that's a type of question I've become very uncomfortable giving an answer to. I don't even know what her condition is. I know she was up there for a short time and then released. That's about all I know.
And you are aware, though, and I appreciate your response, you are aware, though, that she was at least treated
Yes.
for critical mental illness at the time. And critical is my word, and that just means critical in time.
I'm aware that she was treated. I know we picked her up from there. I know when she went there. As a matter of fact, the day she went there was the day of the press conference. It was when she was transferred. And then I'm aware of when we went to pick her up. And I do know that when she was in there, it was a locked, treated facility. And that's really all I know.
Okay. But you don't know what sort of treatment regimen she was getting?
I do not.
All right. What sort of treatment, mental health treatment is she getting while when you were in jail?
We have a couple of full-time people that work there. One is called a reentry coordinator, and one is a counselor. And they would talk to her if need be. I know they have talked to her, although I don't truthfully know the topic, and I believe she's on some medication.
All right, and she's doing fine. Here, is she getting better care at your facility than she would at the Cleveland Clinic, or do you not know?
I do not know.
Sheriff, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Sheriff, you were asking questions about what Ruth's brother-in-law, Robert, had told you about a family intervention they had the morning before this happened. Or, I'm sorry, the morning before they left for Atwood. Is that right?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Did Robert make it clear to you that he felt that they had made, that it was somewhat beneficial, and that he did not foresee any self-harm or harm to others from Ruth or Marcus? Did he make that clear to you?
He did. He somewhat beneficial is probably a good phrase. He thought they made some headway. He felt they still had work to do. He told me that they even questioned whether or not they should have allowed them to go to Atwood, but they felt that the little vacation away would be good. That, Marcus worked a lot and was under stress, and they felt it might be a good respite.
Okay. But they didn't anticipate anything like this would happen?
Oh, certainly
Okay.
not. I had asked him specifically if, in her misinterpretations, did she ever say anything that would make them think that she had to offer up a child, or, and he said absolutely not. They would have intervened immediately had there been anything like that.
Okay. And on that morning of the 23rd, in terms of her statements, she seemed very unstable and irrational that morning. Do you know anything based on the investigation that could give this court some reasonable assurance that she would not destabilize again, or have a mental break again?
I certainly couldn't comment on that. Clearly she's sitting here and she's well behaved now, and I don't know what took place to cause the incident to occur, so I'm not sure what I could say to assure anyone that it wouldn't take place again in the future.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions?
No further questions. Thank you, Sheriff.
Further witnesses?
We do not have any further witnesses, Your Honor.
Brian, this is the state's burden in this case. I'll allow if you have any type of closing argument or closing summation as it relates to the issue of bail.
Okay. Thank you. Beforehand, could I have a brief moment with one of the family members?
Sure. Brian, before you proceed, just so for everyone's benefit, what I intend to do is decide the issue of whether the state is correct that there should be no bail. If I ultimately disagree with the state's request for no bail, the issue of what is the appropriate bail then is still an issue. In your statements, if you could address
a statute that authorizes this court to deny bail in certain circumstances, and this would be one of those circumstances where a defendant is charged with aggravated murder. The main focus is on the safety of the community. In the context of the standard that you articulated earlier, that is, the state has the burden of proving by clear and convincing evidence that the proof is evident, or the presumption great, that Ruth Miller committed the crime of purposely killing Vincent Miller, her 4-year-old son. That she is a substantial risk of causing serious physical harm either to herself or others. And that no release conditions would reasonably assure this court of the safety of herself or others. And so, Your Honor, I began by saying this is not a whodunit, or even what did she do. This is a mother who had struggled with some stressors in her life, some mental health issues, reportedly, such that it had concerned her family and her church, and they had some intervention the morning before they left for Atwood, and felt that they had gained some headway, that it was somewhat beneficial, that it would be good for them to get away and decompress, and certainly had no idea that something like this would happen. It seems very clear that also they had a good day on the boat Friday, but that Friday night when the kids were in bed in the camper, Ruth and her husband felt some inspiration to go out to the dock and do some tests of their faith, and they did that. And then later in the morning, they came back to the camper, that she reports that Marcus left again on his own volition to swim to the sandbar and never came back, is what she, and that was the last time she saw him, is what she said. She ends up going out to the pontoon. She says that she witnesses his clothes left on the pontoon. The same clothes that responding officers also saw on the pontoon. And the same clothes that Marcus Raber said at approximately 6:30 a.m. he saw Marcus Miller wearing when he confused him to be Bobby Miller. But when Ruth went out there, her husband was not there, is her report, and that she began to spiral. And she went back and she got her son Vincent, and she took him to the dock. And she's very clear in her statements to Adam Fisher at the hospital as to what she did. It may have been somewhat vague in the field to the initial responders, that I threw him in, that I gave him to God, but she was very clear with Adam at the hospital. And that is, she said that she felt she should throw him in the water, that she threw him in, that he came back up to the surface and looked at her, and that she questioned whether she should be doing this. And her statement to Adam at the hospital was that she felt that God was telling her to walk away, and she turned around and walked away. Now, Then she went back and got her other children and brought them out, and then performed some tests. That they were praying intently near the kayak dock, that they got into the golf cart and then raced down to the bistro, and over the rock embankment and into the water. And that's when the 911 call came, and that's when we get involved. At the scene of where she wrecked the golf cart, it's very clear that she was uttering many things, such as her husband and son are in the water, that she gave them to God, and it was concerning. The rangers directed her to show them where that was, and she began with the children to walk away from that area. But quickly that accelerated into a dead sprint, according to the ranger, and they essentially got away from the rangers and the one deputy who had responded. And Ruth was missing for nearly 30 minutes and found eventually lying face down in high weeds. And when she is recovered, she continues to talk about these irrational thoughts about that she was doing the will of God, that she had given her husband and her child to God, that she threw her child off the dock, is what she said in her excited utterances when she was recovered from hiding or from lying down in high grass. But it's interesting that she's missing for a half hour, that she's has a lot to say to bystanders and to initial responders right after the crash, that she has a lot to say to initial responders and bystanders when she's recovered from the high weeds, but she's remarkably quiet and undetected for 30 minutes until she is found. There's no question who done it and what she did. And the defense has made some remark of whether she committed the act, as that word is construed in the law. I would urge the court to take into consideration the law as it relates to natural consequences. And juries are instructed on this in many cases. A defendant's responsibility is not limited to the immediate or most obvious result of the defendant's act or failure to act. The defendant is responsible for the natural and foreseeable consequences that follow in the ordinary course of events from acts or failure to act. So her act was to throw her son off the dock, her 4-year-old son, who couldn't swim well, if he could swim at all. That was an act, and there's a natural consequence to that act. Whether she was delusional or whether she was malingering, at this point it really doesn't matter. That will be determined later at another juncture, I presume, when we determine competency and sanity. But for purposes of this hearing, it doesn't matter whether she was honestly delusional or whether she was malingering. The natural consequences of throwing a 4-year-old into the water is that he'll drown if not saved. And then when he resurfaces and he looks at her, and then she decides, for whatever reason, to walk away, the natural consequence is that she acted and she had an omission as well that caused his death. And the natural consequence is that that's her purpose. She's imputed with that purpose. So that's why I say this is not a whodunit. I think the proof is overwhelming whodunit and what she did. The real question is whether there are any release conditions, if you were to release her into the community, that could assure this court that she's not a risk of serious physical harm to herself or others. Now, we have just received both the defense and the state medical records from Cleveland Clinic Hospital. hospital. And you've not heard anyone testify from Cleveland Clinic that they can assure you that there are some measures that could be put in place that would safeguard not only Ruth, but her family members and the community. You've not heard that. That's not on the record. In fact, I think I can say that the records are fairly voluminous at both Union and Marymount. That she said a lot of things to a lot of hospital personnel. A lot of things consistent with what's been said here today and what she said to investigators and even more. That while she was in hospital care, she was generally regarded as polite and compliant, if not pleasant at times. And that she expressed that she couldn't believe what she did. At one point she said, the devil got to me in the moment. So, but again, whether God made her do it, whether the devil made her do it, whether she's faking it, or whether she's honestly delusional, for purposes of today, it doesn't matter. What matters is there's nothing that can assure this court that she's not going to have some break again based on whatever, based on a lack of sleep, based on misinterpretations of the Bible, based on something beyond what we're even discussing here today. It doesn't matter. What matters is, can she give some assurance to the court that this isn't going to happen again? And, Your Honor, given the gravity of what happened here, there is no ankle monitor that's going to assure the court that she is not a harm to herself or her family members. And there's no secured facilities besides the jail and besides some state hospital that either competency or sanity might dictate that she has to go to. But that's a procedure for another day. Short of a state hospital to be determined another day, or the jail facility, there's nothing that can assure us that she will be safe in our community, to herself, her children, or others. And so, Your Honor, getting into issues of why she did this, I think gets beside the point. The point is that she did it. What she did was horrible. And if it can ever be determined by forensic psychologists and by finders of fact in this court why she did it, that will be an issue for another day. At this point, Your Honor, I would urge the court to deny bail because no reasonable assurance can be given to this court that she can be safe to herself or others in this community. Now, one thing that the no bail statute doesn't address, but that just general considerations of bail does address, is flight risk as well. So, Your Honor, if you were to set a reasonable bail, I would urge the court to set a very high cash bail. At least $1 million bail. Because in conversations with the family, they have resources. And they could make a moderately high bail. They might make a high bail. And I would say this. She has 3 surviving children who love her. And who want to be with her. I don't believe she could provide any assurance to this court that she could not just leave the jurisdiction of the court, especially given the high stress that she's under at this point, and just really disappear into obscurity. Yes, she has ties to this community, but we don't know where she might have extended family. So I think that Your Honor can reasonably take into consideration risk of flight. And I would also say this, that I want to be a little measured here, but for teenage children, okay, there is a counselor involved with them, with at least some of them. And without the input of a counselor as to a good plan for having some kind of contact, I think the most prudent course is for the court to order no contact with the surviving victims here until further order of the court, and mainly until some mental health therapist who is familiar with the situation can endorse such a track or such a plan. So, first request, Your Honor, is that you deny bail, that whatever made her did it, her stressors are even higher now, and she can, being under indictment for this, and she cannot give any reasonable assurance to the court, and there's not been made any, through testimony, any articulation of a reasonable assurance that she'll not be a harm to herself or others. Therefore, Your Honor, I'd ask that you deny bail, that you order no contact with the surviving victims, and in the alternative, a very high cash bail.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing us to explore the issues here today thoroughly. I would submit that if there were not instances where someone was charged with murder, if all people who are charged with murder, aggravated murder, should be held, then the statute would say shall. It's the fact that the shall provision, which we find so spread through all of our rules, but the fact that shall is not there means that there are instances where people commit these offenses where they still should get a bail. And when as tragic as this is, today showed us that there were really circumstances here that point to the fact that we're not dealing with a cold-blooded murderer who poses a threat to those around her. And this would not have occurred, certainly, Your Honor, what we hear today is most likely, and I agree with the prosecutor that there will be further evaluations and so forth. But I think it's a safe statement to make that this would not have happened but for significant mental health issues. What they were, that'll be detailed on another day. But the fact that they existed, everyone, even in their career-based experience, felt that there were mental health issues present. And so the questions that arise when I look at Revised Code Section 2937.222, again, I hone in on the word committed, and I'm not going to get into you understand why I said that before, but I bring in all of the facts that we heard today about all of the mental health ailment, whatever the word may be, that's my word, which was undergoing. So where best to treat that would be at a facility that treats mental health illness. And I totally agree with acted at the hospital. We heard about what was heard and so forth and so forth. But the burden being on the state is that they had to show that there is no other reason. Not that it had to be shown that there were alternatives, but it had to be shown by clear convincing evidence that there were no release conditions that would reasonably assure the safety of that person in the community. There is nothing to state that she did not do well at the Cleveland Clinic. There's nothing to state that at all. That burden rests with the state to show that if it did. She never posed a risk before. By all accounts, this was an isolated incident that came as a result of what was going on in her mind. I think to say that there are no release conditions, I think that's a little too far. Because she did do fine. There's nothing to suggest she didn't at the Cleveland Clinic. She's doing fine now. And so when she's getting the care, when she's getting the regimen, when she's getting medication, and if she were able to get the care of mental health professionals to the level that she's going to need, because we're talking about conduct that quite likely constitutes that of not guilty by reason of insanity. And with all due respect, the jails in Ohio and throughout this country don't have the resources to treat that level of illness. The facilities do. So you would ask, Your Honor, what do we suggest? I don't suggest that Ruth be just released back to the public. I do not suggest that an ankle monitor is sufficient. I don't believe it is until Your Honor is supplied with additional information. That information would come from an inpatient facility, and an inpatient facility could include institutions like going back to, well, actually, what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is give you the general, what we're seeking, and if the court is amenable to it, what I would ask to do is to notify the court under seal of exactly the places that she would go. It just makes more sense, because part of this is also, once it's determined appropriate by the inpatient treatment, and that's after they have substantiated medication and the counseling, that should be stepped down only by court order to release with home arrest, not just GPS monitoring. And also that in combination with outpatient treatment continue. So what this looks like, again, because I did say that rather confusingly, is going to inpatient treatment, whether that be the clinic, Recreate Ohio, Highland Springs, Sunrise Vista Behavioral, that can be done with a ankle monitor, if that needs to be. And then if there comes a point where the hospital says that she is stable, that she does not pose a threat, and we have the battery of documentation to support that, we would come back to the court to ask for movement from there to a address with family members. Again, I'll disclose that if the court would like it now, or I could certainly put it under seal, but locally, family members with house arrest and with continued outpatient treatment. As to the bond, I understand the magnitude of this offense. I would not be asking for a $100,000 bond or a $250,000 bond. Of course, I'm not going to join in a request for a high bond, but I also recognize that to have some semblance of credibility, I also have to be realistic and not suggest that a low bond is appropriate here either. So what that does is that then vests the family, who she clearly cares about, and they clearly care about her. If they are invested in this, this is just another incentive for her to be present. And prosecutors are correct, we do have to look at the general principles of bond to protect the community. There were no, other than this, which there was a break that has been described as delusional and detached, there has been no other instance of any sort of misconduct or certainly violent behavior. The community would be protected in the supervisory role of an inpatient facility where she would stay unless and until Your Honor would have determined that she was an appropriate candidate for the home release with the monitoring. As far as the appearance is concerned, there's nothing to suggest that she would flee. The discussion of her running for 30 minutes, that was addressed 3 times today with the ranger and then both the sheriff and the captain. No one understood why she was running. This may very well have been nothing more than a continuation of her role in the delusion that she was living in at that time. And I had asked specifically of the ranger first, was she praying? Was she going to go to heaven? Nobody knows that. So it therefore should not be used against her as some evidence that she's going to pose a risk of flight. Certainly not with the precautions that we can put in place as far as monitoring and so forth. This is a really, just as all cases are, but this is a really important case where there needs to be constant communication between client and visits, and something more than what can be done just by phone, even though I fully recognize that the court is giving private phones and so forth. But in our experience, Your Honor, one-on-one visits are critical. To have her at a place that's closer to where counsel is would be exceptionally helpful. And that would be a place that is safe for her and safe for others. So for all those reasons, Your Honor, given the outline, I would give the specific destinations upon request of Your Honor, put that in writing and proceed. Thank you.
I just want to direct my comments to you. Been here 1 o'clock, almost 5 now. I heard a lot of evidence, sensed the tension in the room, the cameras, and the people that are here. This is not your trial. It looks and it feels a lot like it's supposed to be a trial, but it's really just about the issue of whether or not bail is going to be denied to you in this case. And I am confined to a specific law in Ohio that specifically deals with this issue. And it's worth reiterating those factors that I mentioned earlier to you, because I have something I wanted to add to each one of those. The first consideration is whether or not the proof is evident or the presumption is great that the accused committed the offense with which the accused is charged. Now, I am to consider what you have been accused of in the indictment. That's what I reviewed with you at the time of the arraignment. And there's 7 different charges in the arraignment, but only a few of them really pertain to this statute. And we've heard the term aggravated murder thrown about a few different times in here, but that's not the only charge against you that could prompt you to be held without bail. It's the highest charge, but it's not the only charge that could trigger this. You have been charged with count 3, felonious assault, and that's a felony of the 2nd degree that could have prompted you to be held without bail as well. It's part of count 2, really, though, because count 2, which I'm going to direct my attention to, is the offense of murder. In this form of murder that you are charged with, it alleges that on the date of August the 23rd, 2025, that you unlawfully did cause the death. And it says here, child, and we know it's Vincent from the testimony that's here, as a proximate result of the offender committing that offense of felonious assault. So essentially the state's saying, by committing felonious assault, you cause his murder because he died as a result of that felonious assault. And there's different ways that people can be charged with felonious assault. The state is saying in this case that you knowingly caused serious physical harm to Vincent. Ruth, I'm not trying to make it more drama than is necessary. I'm just trying to go through and make it clear to you as to what my thinking is at this point. And that is,
I am concluding that the state has presented clear and convincing evidence that the evidence, the proof is evident or the presumption is great that you committed the offense of murder at a minimum and felonious assault as a minimum, as you have been charged in the indictment. It's not lost on me that your attorney makes a good point, and that is when he talks about that issue of whether or not you were committing the offense if you in fact were insane at the time, as it is defined in Ohio. We've heard a lot of people in here talking about religious delusions, mental crisis, mental health issue at the time. The truth is, we've all heard a bunch of lay opinions, is all we've heard. And a lay opinion is somebody who's not an expert. There's been an order in this case for you to have an expert weigh in as to whether or not you were insane, just as your attorneys have asked me to do. And that will take place. But it's not going to be the detective. It's not going to be the county sheriff. It's going to be an expert in this area who will tell us whether or not, in fact, you were insane at that time. So as for the first bullet point, I believe the state has met that burden. The next point, the question is whether or not the accused poses a substantial risk of serious physical harm to any person or the community. I'm going to talk about number 3 at the same time. It goes into whether or not there are no release conditions that will reasonably assure the safety of that person and the community. I have to be convinced by clear and convincing evidence that that the state met their burden, that you do pose that substantial risk and that there are no release conditions. To get to that point, the legislature in Ohio, they didn't just leave it up to Mike Ernest to use your best judgment. They didn't do that. They said, you have to consider the following. There's 4 of them. They're kind of long, but I think it's worth going through them. Number 1, the nature and circumstances of the offense charged, whether the offense is an offense of violence or involves alcohol or drugs. There's no indication here that alcohol or drugs were involved, but there is also no dispute that murder and felonious assault are offenses of violence. The weight of the evidence, number 2, against the accused in this case. I'm going to conclude that the weight is significant against you in this matter, that in fact you carried out the offense of felonious assault and, in this case, at least for today's purposes, murder. 3, the history and characteristics of the accused, including but not limited to the following. I'm to consider these, and I have. Your character, to the extent that I can, at a bail hearing. Character, physical and mental condition, family ties, employment, financial resources, length of residence in the community, your community ties, past conduct, history related to drugs and alcohol, and criminal history of the accused. I know of no criminal history. I don't know of any reason to believe you don't have a strong connection to the community. I've taken that into consideration. I've taken into consideration the fact that a lot of people, well, I shouldn't say a lot, a number of people who have testified here today, they would at a minimum have raised an eyebrow as to your mental condition on the date in question. I am also to consider whether at the time of the offense, whether or not you were under supervision of any point in time. You clearly were not being supervised by another court at that time. So I've considered it. Lastly, the nature and seriousness of the danger to any person or the community that would be posed by the person's release. Those apply to whether or not you pose a substantial risk of serious physical harm, whether the state has met that burden. And Ruth, in my assessment in this matter, I am coming to the conclusion that the state has presented clear and convincing evidence that you do pose a substantial risk of serious physical harm to any other person or the community, and that there are no release conditions that will reasonably assure people in the community who had concerns. The bishop was concerned. Your family was concerned. They tried to intervene. They tried to have you listen to reason with them. And I think by clear and convincing evidence, you did not listen to the bishop. You did not listen to your family. And Ruth, I don't think you'd listen to me if I put conditions upon you in the community. You listened in this case to what you believed God was telling you to do based upon the testimony that I've heard to this point in time. And that does not leave me assured that you will follow my conditions. For that reason, I am going to deny bail in this case. I'm going to have you held in the Tuscarawas County Jail while this matter is pending. The statute, though, it does, and regardless, the issue of bail is one that could be reviewed. And I don't mean to plant any type of false hope that I would somehow change my mind and have a personal recognizance. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But really for the first time, at the end of this hearing, I heard for the first time that there may be a place that you could go to other than the Tuscarawas County Jail for which the community could be assured of the safety of others and that you would not pose that substantial risk of harm to others. And I'm open to that idea. I simply know nothing about that idea at this time other than it was floated at the very end of the hearing. So that's my ruling at this time. But as I do in any case, regardless if it's aggravated murder or a low-level felony, I believe the issue of bail is always open to review. And if there is a suggestion, if there's more than a suggestion, there's a plan in place that would give me that confidence that I don't have right now, I would consider it. If there's nothing further. Oh, I'm sorry, the issue of the no contact line. I'm sorry, we are just going to have to agree to disagree on this issue. I know you've asked before, but my opinion is this. When someone is being held without bail and on aggravated murder, I only want to put an order in place that I believe I can enforce. And if she were to make phone calls from the jail, I feel as if there's nothing more I can do to her. She's already being held without bail, facing life in prison. So I don't know what teeth, I could put into it if someone doesn't listen to me. If someone, though, persists in calling from the jail and you believe they are in some way interfering with this case in some way, I would consider that placing an order with the jail to not allow phone calls to be made in general. But at this point in time, I just simply don't believe a no contact order when there is no bail is enforceable. Anything further?
Just two issues. Your Honor, please just note our objection for the record.
Noted.
Secondly, as far as transcripts are concerned, how would you like us to?
I'm going to direct that.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Have a good week.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.